Hey, Gendy, thank you for the 6 years. It's a long time. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, it looked like the Magnezone fighting deck was doing pretty solid. That could be a very reasonable natural predator to, could be a very reasonable natural predator to the Darkrai stuff. You Kickmon, the Darkrai a single time, and then Cyrus it up and Magnezone it. Seems like a very reasonable game plan to take. I apologize in advance for my submission. I bet it's fine. But we're gonna win plenty of our emblem battles. The red pimples that don't clear though. I would take an apology for that. If you have a specific 20 cards, Jace, you could send it on one of the community sites, or you could DM me on Discord. I think I built yours last night, Dance. Let me double check. I had this. Is this close? Is this close to what you had? Let's do some Venusaur. Details are up to you. Sounds good, Bardic. Thank you for the tip. How far off of this were you, not my Dance? I threw a cheeky shaman in as a 5th basic. Is level 50 max? It is max, yeah. Hopefully they raise the cap. It does not take a lot to hit it if you're spending a little bit. Cheers to everyone who submits a Porygon Z deck. Yep. You got a Mew for the 5th with Psychic Energy. That's interesting. I'm gonna start Shaman, but I'll think about that. I'll think about it. Sent it on Discord. Got it, Jace. Yeah, I think there's a chance that Shaman's a real card as far as like counter picks go. Oh, I'd been meaning to try this, Jace. Thanks for the submission. This deck seems great. How do we submit decks? There are a link to submit decks pinned above both the Twitch and YouTube chats. We got our little data scan friend here. Let's take a peekaboo at the top of the deck before we communicate our Pokeball, giving us a little bit extra control. Oh, and there's our Porygon 2 already. I think we just open up Pokeball then with the full line here. Sensei is dividing Porygon. Yeah. Let's take a peekaboo at what's on top. I don't need another Porygon Z. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to communicate now. Throw this back. So now we get a different card on top of our deck. We didn't want to draw that one, but having it in our hand in exchange for a different card that was going to be very useful is fine as well. Will all submissions be viewed today? Yeah, I'll stop taking submissions once we're at a point where I won't be able to play them today. Keep in mind, if you do send a submission, there's going to be a little bit of a wait. Usually we play decks for like 30 to 45 minutes. It's a minimum 20 if you send me a troll pick, but if you send me something that's like remotely reasonable, we play it for 30 to 45 minutes typically. Hey, Denver, thanks for the submission. Appreciate it. You'll be our fourth one today. Yeah, so unfortunately, I need a space heater to not freeze to death in my office in the Midwest. And I've always had a space heater, but previously I was using a tool called NVIDIA Broadcast to make it so you didn't hear the space heater behind me. It like cut out the white noise. And there was an application update to the NVIDIA Broadcast tool, and now it no longer filters background noise appropriately. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to roll back to the old version of that, I think. It has a checkbox that says it's going to do that still, but it actually just doesn't work. Yeah, it's low, especially with the what's it called, but it's definitely there, and it just like completely wasn't there previously. So it's frustrating that like they had a tool that worked and they decided to just update it and break it. So yeah, I don't think it's a remotely big deal, but I'm more annoyed that I just have to talk about it at all. Oh, you know what? We're just super torch to a Greninja here, yeah? I wasn't thinking. I should have done the truffle shuffle here and put the Magnemite up. Yeah, right. Do we want Grass Energy? Yeah, I think Grass Energy for the Shaman is fine. Attacking with the Shaman is not going to be important most times, and Magnezone makes its own. I would love an excuse to play more Mismagius this week. I was, added a Mewtwo to my build this morning. Alright, I think, let's say I've got room for, one... Let's say I've got room for one more deck submission this morning. So I don't want to take too many and then not be able to get to them. So I've got 5 up. I think there's going to be an endless obsession with... ranked modes because that's what gamers have been programmed to want. I think all of the types of predatory systems like ranked modes and daily quests and other things that are manipulative, people ask for them constantly because they work, so. I think there's a lot of stuff that people are going to request even if it's ultimately bad for the game and engagement. Well, it's good for engagement in the short term. It's probably not good for the long-term health of the game. Speaking of things that used to work and breaking, how do I... Hey, Hankleby, could you DM me on Discord if you have it? Your donation comment got cut off, and God, all of my stuff is just like that used to work fine, had updates, and it's just freaking broken this morning. All right, never mind, I found it. I had to pop it out. The tool I use to get donations through is cutting off donation messages in one of the panels and not in the other. That's so annoying. Rocky helmet. Ranked is way better for people that spending 10 hours at a tournament. So I agree that for the average person playing a game, spending a bunch of time playing a tournament is not tenable. A traditional tournament is not tenable. The problem is humans and gamers, especially gamers. I don't want to say all humans. I want to say gamers, because gamers are a special sort of silly. Gamers are a very famous quote from one of the lead designers of Magic the Gathering for a long time, who goes by the name of Morrow. He said, gamers are good at identifying problems and bad at creating solutions. So what do we mean by that? Well, what we mean by that is gamers are like, oh, I can't play in a traditional tournament, ergo the solution to this problem is I need a ranked ladder because I'm completely not creative and the only thing I can possibly think of is the thing everybody else has done already. And like the idea that the only solution to, we can date this game, but we're not going to do anything here. The idea that the only, that's perfect actually. The idea that the only solution to it is, oh, we need a ranked ladder is very silly. So like, just to give another example off the cuff, another thing you could do for people that can't sit and play a 10-hour tournament, which again is most people, is you could have asynchronous tournaments. You could have a tournament queue where you enter and you pair into people that have same records as you, and you get prizes based on your finish in that queue. But you can pause. You can play one match or one game, or if it's best of one or best of three, and then you can come back later. You could sit and play through it all in one sitting if you want. You could have those tournaments be on demand. You could have it be, okay, you could jump into this tournament queue, die, and yes, I got it. You're our last one. The pack open special. Apologies. You could have them be on demand. You could also have bigger structured events where like you can't enter constantly, but you can play your matches over the course of the week. The emblem events in and of themselves are like a good example of Pokemon Pocket trying to innovate and do something different rather than, yeah, Magic Arena does something very similar to that. I also think it's very funny. And this is something you should start telling content creators when you hear them start asking for ranked mode constantly, is there is an incredible amount of overlap in the Venn diagram of people asking for ranked in Pokemon Pocket and people who think Misty is terrible and don't want to play against it. So when you hear people who often complain about Misty say they want ranked, you should just start asking them why they want to play against Misty all the time. Because for those who haven't experienced ranked modes, maybe Marvel Snap was your first card game. A problem more traditional card games like Hearthstone and Magic and Pokemon Pocket have with ranked ladders is that ranked ladders encourage you to play decks that win games quickly, because ranked ladders care about volume of games that you play. So you are better off playing a deck that plays 4-minute games with a 52% win rate than you are playing a deck with a 55% win rate that plays 10 to 15-minute games. So if you're someone who enjoys playing with and against a variety of decks, a ranked ladder is the absolute last thing you should want in Pokemon Pocket. It is incredibly bad for deck diversity and the things you're going to play against and the things you're going to be incentivized to play with. And Marvel Snap's literally the only card game I've ever played that avoids that issue, because if you haven't played it before, Marvel Snap games are always 6 turns, so there aren't games that win the game faster or slower, basically, because you're always playing 6 turns. There's like a very small subset of cards that like add a 7th turn that are slightly longer, but even those are only slightly longer. The range of the average game time are pretty locked in. We are tentatively full on viewer deck list submissions for the day. We might open them back up later, but I try not to take more than I can play. So we actually filled, I think that was a record. I think we filled viewer deck submissions in, I believe that was like 15 minutes this morning. We had like 7 or 8 of them. So I think we'll probably do viewer decks every day this week. I think will be the plan from here on out. I mean, I've already made a video about why it doesn't need rank mode. It's not gonna stop people from asking about it. It's just, again, like the easy, obvious thing people are programmed to try and want. Perplexed, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. And Garati, thank you for the brand new Prime. At first I was asking what are my thoughts on Ursi's tweet asking for official game support. I think it's great. I hope we get more official game support. I think there's a thriving community that wants competitive Pokemon Pocket, and I hope at a minimum the Pokemon Company steps up to help support the community tournaments that exist. We have not played Luxray yet, but our second deck after this one's actually going to be a Luxray deck as our viewer submission, so we'll be getting to it today for sure. Okay, so Porygon Z technically slows down Celebi a little bit with the Superior, because we're going to change this grass energy to something else. The old Buggy Beam. Venusaur Brewing is going to be our third submission today. What do we got? We got Luxray, Venusaur, a Magnezone Druddigon build, Darkrai, Weezing, Honchkrow. I like the look of that. Mismagius, Mewtwo, and then the Pack Open Special are the things I've got on deck. The big thing is I don't even think Pokemon needs to put even actual cash into supporting the Pokemon Pocket community scene to start. I think I think if they our lack of Magnezone here means we are torched. I think it would be awesome. We saw the code cards go out for hourglass codes with the McDonald's things, so hopefully they're going to implement more wider code support. How sick would it be if Pokemon/DNA was like, okay, Ursi, you run a big tournament every week. Here's codes weekly for your top 64 competitors and a handful of others for door prizes, right? All these other people running community tournaments throughout the week, like, again, they don't even have to spend actual cash. Like, they don't even need to put up, like, they could. It would be nice if we had official circuits with, like, prize support like Unite and TCG do. But, like, they could literally just pump product into the community event season. I think that would make a lot of people excited. Yeah, just like actual, and like, it's not, there's some opportunity cost. Like, some people would get some amount of things and they would spend slightly less money, but it would build your scene up and promote it in a way that has a very minimal cost to you. Arguably almost non-existent. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We are going to probably get crushed 1 or 2 more times trying to play Porygon Z when we return, and then we're going to roll along to our next exhibition. I've got a number of those lined up already today. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the 141 people that have done that already, bright and early. You may have an advert as well. Custom promo cards for winning tournaments. Actually, just the worst suggestion I've heard in chat today. Maybe all week? Definitely all week. You see the Hitmonlee Magnezone deck that won the tournament yesterday. Yeah, you could have known about that deck before it won yesterday's tournament by checking out my new decks roundup Monday morning. You want to stay one step ahead of the Pokemon Pocket metagame. You want to make sure you're watching those daily videos on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. It's funny how frequently it happens. Someone comes in there like, hey, Jeff, did you hear about this deck? I was like, yeah, I covered that already, gamer. You should be paying attention. You'd have known about it sooner, too. Can we try Mew? Sure. And you want just Psychic Energy with the Mew, not my dads? I don't know that any of our games have been decided by a shaman. I'm happy to switch it out. Now we'll put the other Magnemite in. And adjust the energy again, because that's how this works. Michael, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Any ideas on a playable Alakazam with communication? It probably involves Azulf to like poke at their bench, but I don't know. You know, the problem with Alakazam is you really need a good secondary attacker with it, because Alakazam typically can't win games entirely on its own. That is, that's most of our friends. Oh, hitting the other Magnemite instead of our data scanner is scuffed. I guess we'll do this, because if I hit the Porygon, I want to put it out. We could also find our stage 1 for this. Rip. Rhino, did your tip go through? This dashboard's been so bad lately. Oh, yeah, yours went through super early. So, sorry. Yeah, you'll be before the Venusaur deck. Dialga Pidgeot. What does and reg mean? You want EX Pidgeot and regular Pidgeot? Do you think one Sabrina, one Cyrus has merit over two Cyrus? It really depends on the deck. So generally speaking, decks that have smaller chip shot attackers or things that attack the bench prefer Cyrus over Sabrina by a good deal. However, if your deck has a mix of those and things that do bigger one-shot damage, that well, they have X speed in their Gyarados deck. That's atypical. Oh. I mean, I suppose this technically lives a Gyarados hit. I think I needed to hit the evolution this turn, though. Yeah, I actually have a build of Dialga Pidgeot drafted, but I didn't have the little one in it as the TLDR. Oh, and Greninja means that our Porygon Z just dies here. Alright. I think I've got like 2 more L's in me on this one. But so far we're batting 0 for nothing. I actually don't think 2 stage 2s necessarily feels rough. I actually really like Greninja Garchomp. I think which stage 2s they are matters a lot, and how much payoff you're getting from them once you get there matters. Actually, we're going first, so we'll wait to play this out. Do you think they should add more daily hourglass, or do you think 3 is the right amount? I think the economy as is very deliberately and intentionally structured to give you the ability to get about 40 EX Pokemon per season as a free-to-play player. I would be surprised if they added a whole lot more than that. I think we do this just to play around, just play around to Sabrina, pulling the Porygon up. Lovely. Do you have any advice on getting the right Wonder Pidgeot? I have a surefire 100% way to get the exact Wonder Pick you want 20% of the time. Write this down. Which cards you pick on doesn't matter. When you open the Wonder Pick, it's predetermined for you. Be luckier. Don't be unlucky. Hanky Panky, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate the support. Hold on, let me write that down. Good, yeah, make sure you take notes here. That tip just got me a Darkrai, thank you, Jeff. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't fault people at all for not knowing that it's predetermined, but the people who genuinely think there's a way you could rig the system to get the pick you want more frequently are very silly. Man, this card kind of cooks Weezing, huh? Although, Gas Leak plus their stage 2 kind of, gets us right back, huh? Maybe we'll have to pin a message. Unfortunately, deck submissions are full for this morning. If you're a subscriber who would like to claim one in advance, I'll post tonight in the Discord server to claim them for tomorrow, but oh, the evolution clears the poison, so we're good. JK. JK, LOL. Is this it? Are we finally about to get on the scoreboard? We're finally about to get on the scoreboard, yeah? I can feel it. This is it, gamers. This is it. The final countdown. Got him. Look at that. And they said it couldn't be done. I feel like that game was kind of a life lesson in why Magnezone is cracked. Our Porygon just kind of sat on the bench and cheered, yeah. If I start the YouTube video from this point, we can say 100% win rate, yes? No lies detected, yep. We're really good at finding our second Magnemite instead of our first baby Porygon. There we go. Oh, it is a Mewtwo. This is an endangered breed, chat. Find out what we got coming up next turn. Noise, noise. Are we letting this just die? What's the back and forth? I go energy evolve, charge. They hit me for 50. I hit them for 110. And unironically, I think Magnezone might be the best card from this new expansion, which is not a shot I think anybody hit during the preview season. Like I was pretty sure this card was going to be playable, but I think it's actually the best card in the expansion. Looking at metrics and seeing like what people are building and stuff. Yeah, I think we're good to draw Mew next turn. Why do you think that? I think that because it's literally in a bunch of decks that are all having strong performances. Past the raw results, I guess to start cracking for 110 real fast. I guess if they hit Gardevoir on curve here, they clear my Magnezone. I do get to start developing Mew on the bench here, though. So we're not just dead. If they clear this next turn, if they have the Gardevoir to clear this, I can put up a chump attacker, and then oh wait, the Dawn doesn't mean, because I'm gonna lose my energies. Yeah. There's a rumor that the 5-win event is going away. So the 5-win event is not data mined to be coming back before the next set, because there's only 4 weeks before the next set is the TLDR. It's a shame I don't have my other Magneton, because if I had the other Magneton, we could Dawn to clear with the Mew. Next set is in the mini set. I mean, people keep saying mini set because of the data mines, but I'll also remind you that data mine said this expansion was going to be 3 packs, so I wouldn't be surprised if the next expansion is also 2 packs. Can you talk through what do you think it's better to use Potion versus Cape and vice versa? I think most of the time you're better off using Cape. Literally, there's only 2 upsides to playing Potion. The first upside is that, what are the words I'm searching for? The first upside to playing Potion is that you can sometimes stop Cyrus, and the other is like you can Cape and Potion or double Potion. But those are still pretty minimal. So again, just to like keep things factual, because people like to repeat things that are data mined information like they're facts. The expansion we currently have was initially data mined to be 200 cards in 3 packs. And very obviously it didn't release as that, right? I would not be surprised if they decided they don't want to do 3 in 1 and they just want to do all 2-pack set releases. But my expectation is that we're going to continue to see, my expectation is that they're going to do 4 packs per quarter. Would be my guess. I would be very surprised if they only release 3 packs a quarter. Incredibly so. I think we're dead here the way this is set up. Yeah, I can communication for the other Magneton, but... I guess we do this now, so they can't clear this. Doesn't 1 pack make a lot more sense in 24 days? So again, it makes sense given the context that there's going to be sets every 4 weeks, but the data mines also show that the next set after the one at the end of February is not going to happen for 8 weeks. So they're simply moving up their timeline for one of their sets to coincide with Pokemon Day. So the reason why it's only going to be 4 weeks till the next card packs is because Pokemon Day happens at the end of... Okay, well, they threw, so we probably win now. So... I know the free-to-play players are appropriately freaking out about a shorter time span in between this set and the next one. But because the next one isn't until 8 weeks after that, it's basically the same. It's just 2 weeks front-loaded. So there's only a two week period of time where it would be different from having the every 6 weeks release, and they're just moving it up because they want to hit the hype around Pokemon Day. Jet Slayer, as an FYI, you can send the list on Discord, but there's a good chance we don't get to it till tomorrow. So for the regulars that are coming in on deck submission days, if the link's not currently pinned above the chat, that means we're tentatively full for the day. Can someone explain to me if TCG Pocket will eventually catch up to the other game and just be the same game? Not at all. Pokemon Pocket uses a completely different rule set and all of the cards are different. So some of the artwork is reused to pay homage to the original game. And there are some designs that are clearly inspired by it, but Pocket is a functionally different game with different cards than the paper card game. Okay, let's get our data scan going so we can decide whether or not to communication this turn. I don't need another Magnezone, so I trade this Magnemite in, digging for part of our Porygon line. Do you prefer to go first or second with this deck? I assume you want first energy advantage. Magnezone, well, I guess first evolution advantage is also good with Magnezone. I don't know is the answer to your question. So again, I think making the assumption, because you get there's just so many assumptions people like to make. I think making the assumption that the next one is going to be exactly like Mythical Island ignores the fact that this expansion was different than the first Genetic Apex expansion. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do a tournament today. That's why the title just says viewer decks. I have a hard cut that I need to stop at like 4:15, like 4:30 at the absolute latest, so. Only tournament this afternoon doesn't start till noon, so 4.5 hours doesn't give me enough time to play it. So we charge this up, and this is really why this card is powerful, is your stage 1 charging you up means I'm in a spot like this where I have 2 Pokemon built and ready to go, right? So it's not just that I built this, it's that I have this and I have my secondary attacker ready to go even if they clean this out. What's the best Porygon Z deck? I don't think anybody knows the answer to that question. Their Mew here cleans us back, though, yeah? But I have my Porygon ready to go, so maybe we're fine. But yeah, we essentially only spent 1 energy on that card, is the TLDR. It's kind of what it comes down to. I think I'm sitting on the communication for now, because I don't really know what our other one we're going to build up yet is. Arfu6, thank you for the Prime, by the way. I think I missed that one a little bit ago. I feel like I would have remembered saying that username. You think people are too quick to shove Mew in non-psychic decks? I think Mew is objectively a bit worse this season than it was in previous seasons. But I think it's still a fine card to play as a one-of, especially if your deck has room for like a Pokemon communication or like these Dialga decks. Mew's a fine card to be playing. I'm actually not going to be able to clear there with this. I think we're dead at this point. Because I could, like, Buggy Beam. Thoughts on Infernape? I think Infernape's a great way to consider attacking the metagame. We covered 3 different Infernape decks in the new decks from tournaments roundup yesterday morning, and I posted Infernape build that I was playing last night as the highlight. I think figuring out the optimal Infernape build this season probably pays dividends in tournament results. Yeah, and I could clear with Porygon, but all right, we are going to tap our ad break for the hour. And we're gonna slide along to our next viewer pile, which will be a little bit of a less pile than Porygon Z. This deck list, the couple of games we won on the back of Magneton being good and Porygon Z, and to a lesser extent even Mew were kind of clunky. I don't know that I'm a believer in either of those. Let's go ahead and tap those. We're going to be playing some Luxray Electivire when we get back, which I think is actually potentially very good, so excited to give it a go. For those of you just joining us, we are full on viewer submissions for the day. The early bird gets the viewer submission. If you're a YouTube member or a Twitch sub that wants to grab a submission even before the stream starts, I also offer those up on the Discord server the night before, typically, if you want to sneak in and claim one then. So keep an eye out for that tonight. We're going to do viewer submissions the rest of the week, is my plan. Electabuzz, one Electivire, 2 of these, 2 of these. I think I have 2 1-star. Sink says, sure do. He's adorable. Panda Sushi, thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. My Kingdom for deck import codes. All right, 2 Vulcaner, 2 hats, and a cape. How about Zebstrika with Luxray? Well, we're playing the, we're gonna play the new Electabuzz with Luxray. I forgot to tap the ad on the YouTube side. Have that too, gamers. Don't forget to tap the like button. This is a bench attacker. Yeah, I want to working on Palkia Starmies on my to-do list at some point, but I'm not sure I want Manaphy as the 3rd in there. I agree with that. I think one of the dynamics Cyrus has added to the metagame is that playing some single knockout point Pokemon alongside your plethora of EXs is a bit of a risk. After playing that last deck, do you think Porygon Z is more likely to be A tier or S tier? It's probably like ASS tier if I had to guess. But that's definitely our first time playing with it, so maybe there's something else out there that's a little bit better. I think Starmie EX is low-key an insane card in this meta. I'm not sure on that. I actually really like Starmie as a card, but Cyrus kind of makes it a bit of a liability, right? Because you can't run it away safely anymore. I plan to work on it at some point, but does filled up mean you have 45 different decks? No, so I know different people do viewer deck submissions in different ways, but like we play decks for a meaningful amount of time when people send them in. Especially without deck codes, like changing decks every 2 or 3 games, I'd spend more time building decks in the deck editor than I would playing games if we changed decks every 2 or 3 games. So when we take viewer submissions, we play things for at least 20 minutes, usually closer to 30 to 45 though. A little feedback, the list looks blurry on YouTube. Thanks for your hard work. The list looks blurry on YouTube because Pokemon Pocket is a mobile game that doesn't have a widescreen option. So when I pull the deck list up widescreen like that, it's actually really teeny tiny on my screen. So if you want it to not be blurry, you should reach out to DNA and tell them they need to give us a widescreen version. Deck list is only like 4 pixels across on my monitor, and I'm blowing it up to fill the width of the screen. Did you consider using Lieutenant Surge's? Like, I didn't consider anything. I imported a deck list someone paid me to play. If a deck is remotely reasonable, usually it's 45 minutes to an hour. The 20-minute minimum is there just in case people want to pay me 10 bucks to troll me. Gotta protect yourself. This attacks for 2. It's not terrible. Wheezing Alakazam. A. Hide actually doesn't do anything against what they have going on at their poisoning us. Oh, there aren't any X speeds in this deck. That's interesting. I guess discarding an energy puts it to the bin for Volkner. And to Pop, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Yes, before someone tries to send in something for 3 energy mismatch stuff, I'm not gonna waste my time on stream for 10 minutes with that. It still has to pass the sniff test is a great way to put it. I think if they want to trade these 1 for 1, I'm okay with that. Since I have the second. And if they Koga here, my Luxio lives. The downside to playing the Luxio out is it means my Pokemon communication isn't live anymore. That's pretty punishing. Was not expecting them to have room for Potion in their Koga deck. think we're dead at this point. I should have put the Rocky helmet on my lead. We would have ended up trading it. It would have changed the dynamic of the game, especially with the second in my deck. Sitting on this was just a mistake. I was gonna take him a few turns. I'm gonna take a mulligan here. Is Jeff gonna do Pocket US at a later date? Maybe. It costs me hundreds of dollars to like put together meaningful emotes with an artist. And it takes a few weeks lag on it too. And my income's still pretty far down from when I was doing Snap stuff. So I'm enjoying Pocket Battle that I'm gonna be investing a ton into that type of stuff in the short term. I want to see how things play out more. Koda Class, thank you for repping that Prime for the second month. Welcome back. I don't think we're supposed to communication for basics aggressively. Is this another I was supposed to Rocky helmet on one? Probably. Need to do that. Oh my gosh, we're actually just dead. That's so funny. At least we did 20 on the way out. Yeah, unfortunately, the piece of software that I used to filter out background noise on the stream, I updated it, it stopped working. So, you can hear my space heater today, because it's currently 15 degrees in central Illinois. I have to delete the newer version and roll back. Have you done any gaming with Lucario? We tried a couple of builds, and I was honestly pretty underwhelmed by them. There are a couple that had decent results in tournaments I'm interested in trying at some point, but there's just not enough time. I did see that they're bringing a new game mode to Marvel Snap, and seeing that really convinced me that I'm fully out of that game, because I like looked at it and I was like, that looks neat, but I have no desire to play this. This deck only has 4 basics in it, right? Feeling like a kind of classic. We need to play more basics in our deck problem. Maybe we'll open it up here in a second and think about what else we could add. Who's a good pair for Gallade? Speaking of Gallade, I think Lucario works pretty well there. Marshadow and Hitmonlee also had some results. If you had any games on stream with Rampardos, we have, yeah. We'll probably have a highlight with that at some point. Any thoughts on Victory Bell? I would be surprised if Victory Bell was good. Especially when, like, Darkrai is something you want to drag up from their bench, but, like, Magneton is also something you want to drag up. I guess I throw one of these back and dig for another basic here. It's fairly likely. Or the evolution for this, which we also broke down. Oh my goodness, we died of the... Yeah, I don't know how we ever win from here. All right, this deck needs more basics at a minimum. Let's revisit and rethink here real quick. Definitely a scuffed morning for viewer and exhibitions to start. Is it duck? Usually when you're looking at a bunch of 1 knockout points, the answer is just play duck. Yeah, some mix of Rocky, Helmet, and Cape can probably go by the wayside. The lack of X speed seems a little scuffed as well. I assume the idea is that, like, you could Vulcaner them back, but that seems pretty narrow and hurts your early game maneuverability. I think we want a non-EX. My inclination is to, like, play 2 Farfetch at an X speed and cut the hats. More Pokemon help your communications feel better too. Farfetch is one of the most efficient cards you can play. If your deck is full of all 1-pointers, you really don't mind including at least some of them. I can see splitting this 2-1 in the other direction too. Play a single duck and 2 X speeds. I'm gonna start here though. Oh, immediately punished for putting Farfetches in because I can't work up to this. Can I ever beat a Weavile? I'm not sure I could ever beat a Weavile here. Hey Jeff, how are editors usually paid? Is it per video or a percent of ad revenue or salary? It really depends on channel to channel. So, the relationship I have with my video editor for the Hoaglandia channel is that I pay them 50% of the ad revenue that the videos generate with a guaranteed minimum of $50 per video. So the pocket stuff has been performing pretty well, so they've been getting higher than the minimum so far. But like at the end when like the Snap channel was winding down, they were getting only the minimum because those videos weren't making much money. Actually, I actually think one of the most disappointing things about YouTube as a platform is just how little higher quality stuff gets rewarded. Like we recently stopped putting the box in the corner of our videos that has like which packs the cards are in, because it was just like too much work to like double check and proof it, because most of the people putting together content, their deck presentations at the start. Some of them even just use the deck editor inside of the client, and they still get plenty of views. So it's like, well, if you're gonna get plenty of views anyways, you might as well do less work. Was almost hoping they'd knock out the Electabuzz, so I'd have to spend that energy to switch it. Let's put that energy in the bin for Volkner later, though. I'm curious, you see an uptick in Pocket viewers as the game has been out longer. Yeah, Pocket stuff is trending upwards. Viewer numbers after this expansion are the strongest they've been for me. And the average view counts per video are looking solid. Do I have a favorite deck this set so far? The Ms. Magius aggro deck that I posted this morning is early contender for favorite thing I've played so far, for sure. Farfetch, a little awkward with our Pokeballs at the start, but paying dividends here almost immediately. Mirror opened a God Pack. Yeah, I opened 2 God Packs during Mythical Island, actually. Unless they have double potion, we're done here. Luxray just cleans them out. Does 120 to anything? Yeah. Just checkmated. No Weavile, and we were A-okay. If they would have had Weavile to start, we would have been run down, but without the Weavile, our slow start was able to beat their slow start. My favorite full art in this set? I don't know, there's a ton of good art. We will be playing some Venusaur today. We're gonna have a Dialga Pidgeot EX as our next viewer deck after this one, and then we're gonna do some Venusaur after that. If you're looking for deck recommendations, I'd recommend checking out my meta report from Sunday or my new decks video from Monday morning if you're looking for a bunch of things all in the same spot. Mikey, thank you for the third of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Let's just get quacking here. Farfetch just paying dividends so quickly as an addition to this deck. How happy are you with this expansion? I think this expansion has been awesome. I think they did such an incredible job with, I think they did such an incredible job with expanding our options to play. And this, this Volkner here looking pretty intriguing with the Electivire because we discarded an energy to retreat. And then if they knock the duck out, that gives us another energy in the bin. And then that lets us GM 2 on here right away and get really close to this 120 really quickly. That's kind of sweet. Dialga and Licky Licky has felt strong. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Licky Licky's a well-positioned card. Hitting 140 as a breakpoint, I think, is likely quite strong. Clearing Dialgas and Magnezones in a single shot is a good place to be. So, they cleared Farfetch'd, but... Oh, we are just going to be dead to a Garchomp, because this is only 100. That's sad. Maybe they won't have it, we'll be good to go. Volkner getting us to our 120 here, nice and clean. Close, but no cigar. Sir Chopperson, too strong. Electabuzz has felt very clunky so far in the games that we've played, but we also haven't queued into anybody playing Drudagon. Spirit Tomb Bruxish, that's cute. Well, I guess I do this. So that way we don't just die immediately to the Bruxish next turn. We could rename this deck to the wall the way it's been bricking. Mood. Rage Quit, thanks for the 57 months. I joined Parenthood 5 days ago, so it's great to have some excellent content to watch when the baby is fast asleep on top of you. Thanks for hanging out for almost 5 years. Welcome back. Good to have you along for our journey into exploring some Pokemon. Oh, I don't know how we ever beat Lumineon here. I would just like to comment that it's really big armchair quarterback energy commenting on which Electabuzz we're playing. There's only one Electivire in this deck, and the Electabuzz, I'm sure the submitter intended as a way to attack through Drudagon decks. And there's a different world where we're playing the other Electabuzz and we queue into a bunch of Drudagon decks, and that looks terrible. It's very hyper results-based type thinking. There could also probably be a reasonable argument to be made that, like, if we have Luxray for reach back behind their active, do we also need Electabuzz to do the same thing? And you see how when I talk about the alternatives and things we should maybe do differently, I try and talk about the why and think through the details instead of just being like, card's bad, why are we playing this? There aren't enough Darkrai Magnezone players in the queue to test any deck specifically designed to attack it. See, I'd actually argue the opposite though, right? Like, I think it's not that hard to theory craft a deck that's good against the Darkrai Magnezone. So taking your deck that should be good into Darkrai Magnezone into the random queue. Honey. So taking your deck that's designed to beat Darkrai Magneton into the random queue and seeing how it fares against everything else is really important. Because the thing you gotta understand, even if Darkrai... One, it's unclear how much better Darkrai Magneton is than the rest of the format and if it's gonna stay on top. But two, even if it is going to stay on top, it's unclear how popular it's going to be, right? Like, even Mewtwo at the peak of its popularity was barely hitting 20% of the metagame. So, like, if you're, you know, 70 or 80% against the best deck, but you're still only, you know, 30 or 40% into everything else, you're going to have a really bad time. They sure got me. They red carded me when I've played 0 copies of Professor's Research. It's both good deck building and gameplay right there, gamer. You keep it up, you're gonna go far, kid. Gonna go real far, red card in 2025. Yes, Pokemon communication makes red card even worse than it was previously, because it means people have more chances to redraw the stage 2s you're taking away from them, and Pokemon communication makes players' hands smaller, meaning the card advantage part of red card is bad. I don't understand the red card hate. The red card hate is because the rest of us are good at understanding basic statistics. And if you're not familiar with the basic statistics, here's a video breaking down mathematically why red card is bad. Yeah, we could drop the red card video on the YouTube side too. My Luxray? I think I'm just Luxray, yeah? Part of me wants to Electabuzz first, though. Nah, with the Volctor, I'm just gonna Luxray. I think if we cook this Melmetal here, they don't really have a shot. The old Volt. Even the red card is good in tournaments holdouts. Like, if you look at tournaments from this, I actually haven't got to look specifically, but are there any red cards in the top 8, the top cuts of these tournaments anymore? Like a couple of seasons ago when people like had bad options or were like building their decks bad, like there were plenty of them, sure, because they were being played a lot, but like it's been almost completely pushed out now, yeah? Alright, so we have to finish the Melmetal in the back here. And then neither of us have a lot of energy, but I have better Pokemon on the board at this point. Luxray is very good against people trying to hide behind something. We've not played the Fighting Magneton deck yet. I'd be surprised if that deck's not pretty good, though. May I ask why I never see you playing Pikachu decks, even though if it's the playstyle you like the most? I'm just not a big best decks guy. Pikachu will probably be something we explore in future, not too distant future, just because it's fallen off the map, but I try to avoid playing mirror matches, typically speaking. I did one tournament with a Pikachu deck at one point, and my conclusion was 7 basics was not enough for that deck, so I think there's some optimization to be done there. Yeah, Pikachu's not on the best deck lineup anymore, so hoping to explore it at some point. We're just like, yes, it's definitely not the metagame anymore, for sure. I want to maximize my chance of drawing a basic here, so I do this and then this. Oh, look at that. We're playing against Gyarados gamers. checkmate to the Electabuzz truthers. Imagine being an Electabuzz truther when we queue into Gyarados. I think it's really amusing when people attribute me not willing to back down from a position I've done a lot of research and math on as me being hostile or mad. I'm not hostile or mad about people talking about or trying to say red card is good. I'm just confident that they're wrong. And I get that the way that I don't sugarcoat it or like hold people's hands or don't like politely tell them why they're wrong. Like people are like, "Oh, you're angry," but I promise you, I've been streaming for 12 years, almost 13 years, and the number of times I've been genuinely mad on stream, I could probably count on one hand, and they're almost never related to gameplay reasons. It's almost always related to something else that happened. Hoagland's a confident guy. I am incredibly confident about the things that I have spent a lot of time learning. If I am not confident about something, I will let you know that the thing I'm discussing I'm not confident on or unsure about. I do my best to choose my words very carefully, so it's clear when I'm giving you something that's a subjective opinion versus something that I'm like, yeah, this is just accurate, this is how this works. We can retreat and then Volkner to clear the Vaporeon and then they're cooked? That's so good. That's so good. And now they're on no energy? Oh, yeah. So they need triple Misty Heads to not be dead here because we have second Volkner. Or they need, like, Potion Cape. Luxray definitely seems like a card that figuring it out is going to pay dividends. It's like the details are murky. It was an impressive game here. Says local man about to get slaughtered by Misty. What a freaking travesty. What a freaking travesty. Someone asked, you have to keep track of your Volkner energy in your head. You do not. So you can click on your discard pile and here's your Volkner energy. So we win this, yeah? We win this? I go duck, quack you for 40. No, wait. I need them to not discard this energy off of here. So long as they don't discard the energy off this Electabuzz, we charge Electivire with the Volkner and win the game. Alright, so we need them to not hit the 1 and 8. We're 7-7 ace to win the game and beat the triple Misty Heads. Cool. Alright. What a sick game. Absolute sicko. I would like one fully cooked Gyarados, please. Whoop. We have the power. Ooh. I'd like to dedicate that dub to the duck. All right, fine. We can't not put that game in a YouTube video. So I guess this deck gets a double session then. We'll throw the deck list up on stream. We'll take our ad break. We'll play some more of this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. To the shock of few, this deck list feels much better once we added 5 and 6 basics to it rather than playing 4. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Super chat on the YouTube side. I don't know if you keep up with Stap anymore, but the gifts and announcement with the new season have me excited to play again. So I watched the new season announcement, and my first thought was, that looks neat, but I also have no desire to play this again, which kind of is like the problem with live service games. Once you're out of them, you're kind of just like out of them. I don't know. My plans in the short term are that as long as Pocket keeps being fun and having solid metrics, I'm just gonna keep doing Pocket. And that's actually, it's something I've talked about before, is that one of the things that I think is incredibly genius and important for the longevity of Pokemon Pocket is Pokemon Pocket not demanding that you grind endless, tedious daily missions. Pokemon Pocket meaning not expect you to grind endless, tedious daily missions means that it's easier for people who get busy to keep up with it. If you hit a couple of days or a week or something like that, where the only thing you do is log in and open packs and do a wonder pick in Pokemon Pocket, it's like not a big deal. Whereas like, you need to take a whole week off of a game like Magic Arena or Marvel Snap or these others. It's like, oh, I'm super behind now. Yeah, life comes at you in so many different ways. The branding continues into the AM hoodie, comes off for an into the AM t-shirt. Ain't that the truth? Listen, there's like 32 or 33 into the AM shirts in my closet. They're great. Her stuff is lovely. Speaking of things that are lovely, nice base stun. Thanks for the 64 months. And Zero, thank you for the 19 months. I don't see a reason to play without ranked mode. I know there's kids in the audience, but whenever I see a comment like, I need ranked mode to play, I gotta break out the F word. You should play these games for fun. It used to be, once upon a time, that the only reason we played video games was because we enjoyed playing them. And I think it's really sad how much the average adult gamer has been incredibly manipulated by predatory carrot hanging in front of them systems that they can't fathom playing a game unless that game is going to give them some type of carroted reward. And I hope more games become like Pocket rather than Pocket become like other games that have to constantly lead people with a carrot on a stick. If playing games of Pokemon Pocket doesn't spark joy for you, you should find another game that when you play it, it sparks joy for you. It's honestly, it's one of the facets that capitalism is to blame in no small part for it, right? Like, part of the reason why gamers feel that way is we're trained that we need to monetize every aspect of our lives. So if you're not getting value while you play or from playing your game, it feels like it's not worthwhile to be engaging with. That kind of super hyper toxic, I need to be generating and making money in some way from everything that I do. Okay, so Luxio into this, and then I can back this out, discarding an energy, and then they'll kill the duck, and then I can Volkner on the Luxray, plus my energy to clear the ninja. Do I want to retreat this, though? I think I want to retreat it so that way I can have the Electivire. Because I have another Volkners. The extra Electivire could be good in a pinch. I think I sit on this for now. Rude. I could have kind of played around this by playing this out, but that's fine. I think once we cook this with Luxray next turn, the game ends on the spot. So we have one lightning energy in my discard pile. You wanna communicate and dig for another Electabuzz down the line. Farfetch'd is so sweet in spots like this, because, like, if we didn't have the other Volkner, we could just retreat this out and put the duck up and get Quack in. But, like, obviously we have this and just get to cook another frog here. Do you think Pokemon will announce Pocket at Worlds this year? Absolutely not. I really hope it'll be part of the 2026 Worlds, but I think it's probably too far into the 2025 season for Pocket to be a part of it there. But yeah, there's a strong organic interest in competitive Pocket, so I hope that's something that Pokemon tries to mature as part of the game. If you haven't watched, if you weren't watching this entire set, the start of this viewer submitted deck is such an excellent lesson and showcase in playing a deck with more basics. Like the feel of this deck, the 4 basics to start versus we went up to 6 is just such night and day different. It's incredible. Yes, a lot of games used to really force the esports competitive side for communities that didn't really want them. And a big part of that too was because, like, esports was very buzzwordy, right? Like there was a ton of venture capital money to be made on the esports side of things for a long time, speaking as someone who fell backwards into a small amount of it at least. I've got a Tempo Storm jersey upstairs in my closet. That brings some nostalgia sometimes. Okay, so we hit this. We hit this. This dies in 1 to Starmie, and so does this. So what's the plan? I want to count these turns out here. I go first energy, they go Starmie, clear this. I go second energy, evolve, they Starmie, clear this. I go third energy, Luxray clears the Starmie. So powering this up means I have a path to victory here. I guess I could have put the energy on the Farfetch'd and ducked them here, because if they don't have the Starmie, I would clear it, and if they do have the Starmie, Volkner would bring the energy back. I do need to draw another basic this turn to not be dead to Sabrina, though, which is yet another reason to have 6 basics in my deck, right? For spots like this. Perfect. Do I X-speed out Electabuzz so that way I could have the Electivire potentially? That's better than Farfetch'd, yeah? So I think I burn my X-speed and hold the Electabuzz. 6 basics get so much value in these decks that are all 1 knockout points. There's a lot of games where you just stall like this. Now, second Starmie plus Sabrina will beat us if I don't draw Electivire here. But can't play around everything. Also, if we draw the other Electabuzz, this Pokemon communication can help us get the Electivire. Or whatever other of this line too, I suppose. There's the Sabrina we were playing around. So now they need another Sabrina, which is not impossible, but it's unlikely. Fitting room for 2 of those in is tough. We even top decked the Electivire. That's so sad. All right, hopefully they just don't have second Starmie Sabrina. Should we snipe the Staryu first? Sniping the Staryu first means I lose to second Sabrina as opposed to losing to second Sabrina plus second Starmie. So I want to clear the Starmie first because it reduces the permutations of cards that, or makes the permutation of cards that beats me less likely. Making them have 2 cards to beat us is better than making them have 1 card to beat us. I think I'm a Luxray believer, gamers. I think I'm a Luxray believer. You should be cards cracked. It seems kind of cracked. We beat Gyarados flipping 4 heads on Misty earlier by killing the Gyarados. I'm kind of toot all aboard the Luxray hype train. For the adult gamers in the audience who I know need to plan their schedules far in advance if their calendars look anything like mine, signups won't be open for a little bit. but I can confirm the Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series will be returning on March 8th for a second tournament. So if you would like to save the date to play, we're gonna run it back. So another Saturday. They have grass energy, but they're playing the wrong Magnemite. Spraggles said this is the first I'm hearing of this. I want you to know, Spraggles, that I was waiting for you to message back on my date confirmation before I made that announcement. Giant Cape. Cape's really good for them here because it means that Duck doesn't quack their stage 1 and 2. Noise McGee, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Magnezone seems more powerful than Darkrai. I think Magnezone is the best card in this expansion. It's very good. Ooh, piece of candy. So how does this work? So I'm gonna put, again, thinking through the permutations here, I'm gonna put Duck on the bench because I clear this, and then next turn they Magnezone, clear this, and then I put this Duck up, I quack the Magnezone, and then Volkner Luxray lets me finish it. 40-40 plus 120 equals 160, which is Magnezone with a cape. And if they don't have the Magnezone, Luxray plus Volkner clears the Magneton next turn, and then we're still good to go. Because remember, this Duck getting knocked out puts the energy in my discard pile, which lets Volkner charge us up. Jeff rubbing his advanced math degree in our face. Counting, not even once. I think this Celebi means we're in trouble. I think I need to cook this, yeah? Yes, if you open your discard pile, it says here how much energy is discarded. I think I have to take this line, but we might get cleared by Celebi. It's gonna depend on drawing another Volkner for sure. So they put Celebi up, they hit us. Then Erica's gonna be bad for us too. So our line to win without them having Erica is we retreat to Duck, Duck hits them for 40, they clear the Duck, we top deck second Volkner, and then we finish them. But if they have Erica to get back to 130, I think we're just on the zero outer. Harry, thank you for the 3.5 years. Welcome back. Celebi Magnezone. Listen, chat, Magnezone's the best card in the set. You should be trying it in literally every deck. Yes, Luxray is another no retreat cost enjoyer this expansion. That's true. You're never on the zero outer against Celebi. It could do Celebi things. And we have Shinx here, who could technically buy us some time to draw the Volcaner if we need to. It could just sit there and hide. All right, I'm gonna need 3 tails out of you here. Or 2 tails? 2 tails is fine, right? Oh, what a tease. You think a Magnezone Egg deck is possible? I think Egg's a good example of the type of cards you don't really want to pair with Magnezone. Executor's benefit is that it only needs 1 energy, which gives you time to charge up something else. The payoff for playing Magnezone is that Magnezone is self-sustaining for its energy, which lets you build up a second threat simultaneously. Hey, Ethan. Hope the rest of your day is better. Thanks for dropping by. Counters for Magnezone. Things that clear it in 1 are probably a good thought. Look for 140 breakpoints or fighting Pokemon that deal 120. Gallade under some circumstances. Machamp, maybe. Yes, Executor being a lead EX Pokemon means you typically want to pair it with another EX. Is exactly correct. Magnezone with Palkia. Yeah, I could see that. That could be okay. That's a good type of deck building thinking you want to be having. Magnezone with things that you want to charge up, essentially. And we're going to vibe on playing the Duck Out because I have communication we might want to trade it in with. Which is another reason to play more basics in these stage 2 communication decks, because they give you more ways to get to your stage 2. I'm going to Pokemon Communication before I attach my energy, because if I roll into Electabuzz, I want to put the energy on that. As soon as I'm attacking with Luxray is 2 turns from now, so there's not really any reason to evolve rather than hide here, I don't think. He's so adorable. Look how cute it is. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Is Dialga underwhelming? I think Dialga with Melmetal is underwhelming. Dialga with Yanmega has some pretty solid stats. All right, and we've got Dub's Volkner here. The video after the stream is done today will be a Dialga Yanmega on the YouTube side for my preferred build. They don't have the big fish, so this game is over. Because I have 2 Volkner. If you're looking to cook Gyarados, chat, let me tell you, boy, do we have a deck for you. Between Electabuzz and Luxray. You think Melmetal is doomed to being bad? No, Melmetal's actually a card I want to explore with. I think there's a good chance Melmetal Skarmory is potentially good. But I think a deck building dynamic we have to have in this metagame is you can't lead an EX into a non-EX Pokemon under most circumstances. If you're starting on an EX, you need to be finishing on an EX. So if you wanna mix and match EXs and non, you give me another fish to cook. And I have the other Volkner queued up here, so. Technically I should play these 2 basics out, so that way, what's it called? So that way they can't, like, red card me, or they're less likely to take my Volkner away, I suppose. Skarmory. Skarmory is a really good card in general, yeah. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Charging Blazer. Let's do the Bolt again. It's just a shock to the fish. Gonna knock out the frog. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Be do do do. Let's do the Bolt again. I am thoroughly a Luxray believer after this set today. Low confidence that these 20 cards are optimal. High confidence something containing Luxray is probably good in this metagame. Open on a duck? Open on a duck. What's the math on duck versus Darkrai when Darkrai's going first? It's not good for the duck, right? They hit me to 40, I hit them for 40, they hit me to 20, I hit them for 40. I guess I do want to quack them at least once though, right? Because I want to get them into Luxray's 120 range. Even if they retreated out, getting damage marked on here is a lot of value. And this is kind of classic duck. If we would have had first energy advantage, it actually lines up super favorably into this, yeah. So we're gonna get quacking here, and then if we need to find a Volkner and a Luxray. And if we find those, we're gonna be in a real solid spot. Yeah, even a single quack here means Luxray clears this through a cape, which is solid. I go energy, they clear me. I go energy, they clear me. And then I pop this up. I could go energy here this turn, quack them. Gosh, it's close. And then there's a question of, do I put this out and quack them again and let this take the hit? I think that's the play. There could be merit to retreating the duck here. But if I retreat the duck and they cape or potion, I'm in so much trouble. I think I need to mark damage on here so I'm clearing it through a cape or a potion. Well, I don't even have to hope for Vulcaner the way this lines up. So they go energy, hit this. I put Electivire up. They hit us for 80. And then I put second energy. And then when they clear the Electivire, my Luxray is ready to clear the Darkrai. So Vulcaner will like guarantee the win, but I don't even need it to clear this. Yeah, cool. All right. So we do this. So make sure we don't get Marsed or something here. Honey. I guess we die to Sabrina. We do die to Sabrina here. No Sabrina, no problem. Would the duck have played against Sabrina? It would not have, because I would have needed something with more than 80 HP on the bench to survive a Darkrai hit. Did not have any lines to play around Sabrina. I am fully Luxray pilled, chat. That is First things first, let's pull the deck up and remind everybody that you need to put more basic Pokemon in your deck. So this deck submission started with a four basic Pokemon in it. We cut 3 cards and we added 2 Farfetch and an X speed, and that was definitely instrumental and important. The 5 should be the absolute floor on basics. For people that were missing that last game, Sabrina was lethal because the Darkrai trigger killed my my Electivire, and then my Luxray came to active, and then they could Sabrina up my 60 for the last point. For the people that were missing why Sabrina was lethal, the Darkrai trigger that was on board. What 5th and 6th basic should you play in your Charizard deck? So there was a Charizard deck over the weekend that had Shaman as its extra basic, and I think that's worth exploring. It's like another basic that's also like anti-Darkrai and like fills kind of a potion utility slot. I will not profess to be a Charizard expert, but there's that, and then 1 Growlithe and 1 Arcanine EX is another thing people have done. Copy of Mew as well. Mew is a card that Charizard play as a 5th basic a lot of the time. Yeah, but the amount of games we won, both on the back of Volkner and all the pieces here. Excuse me, what? Jeff, I enjoyed my thing. I need to pop it out. Giggity with the incredible donation. I enjoyed the tournament and commentary you and Spraggles provided. I want to contribute 200 this to the next prize. Giggity. Just for clarity, do you want me to give that to the previous competitors, or do you want me to put it towards the next open? Because we're gonna run one back. I don't know if you were here. You're absurdly generous regardless, but you let me know. We could roll that forward to generate some extra hype for the next one. The open series is going to be an actual series, chat. We put the S at the end because we were optimistic. We're gonna be coming back on March 8th. You're absurd, Giggity. For the next one, I just saw you. I've been sick. You're insane. All right. What a wonderful start to the day. I'm excited to run more of those. Okay, so for our next viewer submission, this one, and this is chat. If you wanna know if your viewer submission was good, I'm gonna give you a really objective way to let you know how I felt about your submission. If I do this at the end, and I change the name of the deck from viewer deck to an actual name so it gets to stay in the deck editor, that's how you can know your deck submission was good. We'll probably play it for a while as well, but if it gets a name and keeps its slot, once we're done playing it, you can know. Our next one is to build around Dialga with Pidgeot EX, which I think this has a lot of potential too. So the Dialga decks that try to play like Melmetal have been struggling, but I think Dialga into an EX Pokemon is quite strong. And I think Pidgeot EX has a lot of potential in this metagame because cracking for 140 is a lot. So we need to take a brief pause for the cause and roll some adverts. In 2 minutes, we're going to be back playing some of this. Thanks to everybody who said that in awesome decks today. Thank you, Giggity, for your continued absurd generosity as always here. And thank you to Zuzan for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. All right, if you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. You're enjoying the Bruin and the viewer decks today. So the submitters that I could decide whether or not I wanted a baby Pidgeot, I don't think I do. Oh, you know what I probably want in here? I probably want at least one Pokemon communication, yeah? So I think Flute is potentially very important for Pidgeot Rhino because you want Pidgeot to get to 140 as consistently as possible. And Rocky Helmet's gonna do that for you some of the time. But I think you need to be able to hit these. You need to hit these Darkrai's and Magnezones for 140. No, Rocky's kind of like a second Flute if you squint. It's another way to mark 20 before you, so you can 120 them. But like, I really like the 1-1 split on Rocky and Flute. I think I'm gonna cut the second cape for a communicator. Is my plan. Am I supposed to fit 2 in here? I only have 9 Pokemon here. I know we're playing a stage 2, but I've found 2 communicator feels kind of clunky in decks with like less than 10 Pokemon. Anybody else have an opinion on that gut feeling? My gut feeling so far is if I'm playing 2 communicators, like 10 Pokemon's my floor. I think I'm gonna start on 1, and we'll go from there. Yeah, let's start here. We can adjust as we go, like we did last time, but I think I want to start here. Venusaur, building with Venusaur is actually going to be our next viewer submission after this one, so probably about an hour or so, I'd imagine. Let's see how we line up into Manaphy here. I would not be surprised if them having first energy advantage with this allows them to just kind of run over us. That potentially buys us meaningful tempo. Maybe, Copium. Did you craft on or did you pull it? One of each. I opened one and pack pointed one. Oh, and then this morning, by the way, I shared it in the Discord server, but I was 30 packs worth of pack points from using pack points to craft a full art Cyrus, and I opened a full art Cyrus while getting to those pack points, so I've got 2 Cyruses now too. Oh my goodness, I included Psychic Energy. Well, that's fine, this hand's bad. Classic Ralph Wiggum deck editor. If you were free to play, Jeff, would you save your hourglasses for the 28th mini set? If I was free to play, I would open for the cards that I wanted to play with. I would take a look at everything and figure out which cards I wanted to open for and open towards those, and then I would hold afterwards. There's always going to be another thing you could be saving for. Don't optimize the fun out of your game. Obviously, if you're free to play, you can't have absolutely everything. At least not right away, you gotta slow burn it, but I'd focus at, like, what you're interested in playing so you can actually, like, play games if you want to enjoy playing. P-Side, thank you for the 14 buds. Welcome back. Yeah, and that's the perfect attitude to have. I'm saving because I'm free to play and I already have cards to make fun decks. If you're enjoying yourself already, then, like, taking your time and saving up because you're already having fun, like, that's a perfect, reasonable slot to take. Scuffed start for us here on this deck for sure. Deck editor getting us into an awkward opener here. Honchkrow is sweet. Tomorrow morning's highlight's gonna be a Honchkrow deck. Had a really good run with one of those yesterday. I would take one more mulligan here. Sometimes them's the beats, gamers. How can you submit a deck? So we're going to be doing deck submissions, I think, for most of the rest of the week, sans the tournament rounds I'm going to play later this week. But we are full on deck submissions for today. In fact, I think we had so many come all rapid fire at the start, I might have to hold a couple that got submitted today until tomorrow. But generally speaking, we'll probably play somewhere between like 6 and 8 viewer decks a day. And those submissions are going to get filled up at the start. Oh, is this reset button new? Is that new UI? Or have I just never paid attention to this before? Because whenever I would click this, and people would always be like, you could take that back? It's not new. It's always there. I am just the blindest man in the world. Literally have never noticed that button before. Actually never seen it in my life. It's brand new to me, okay, gamers? Can we put a hat on Dialga here? Don't be like me, YouTube viewers. Find the button. You close the chat on the live stream, press the like button, open the chat back up again. It's right there. Mr. Bob, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Is this like the like button? That's a super like button kind. Thanks for pressing it for the last 8 months. A Brock Lucario enjoyer. Okay. Interesting. I'm currently 10-0 in the event with the Rampardos deck you highlighted from the tournament on the channel. Nice look. I am very confident that Rampardos is a competitive card. I don't know what the rest of the details look like, but I am confident that it's a competitive card. And if you haven't seen that deck list, it was Saturday or Sunday morning's video on the channel. You should check it out there. We had one of my favorite matches Spraggles and I covered in the tournament. It was Rampardos versus Melmetal. Really awesome game top to bottom. Ton of fun. Is this last card Brock? If the last card's not Brock, we're in an okay spot. Oh, narrator, it was a Brock. A double Lucario Onyx Brock. Yikes. Alright, so if I Sabrina here... If I Sabrina here, they have to top deck Leaf or X Speed to not give me an extra turn with the Dialga, yeah? Which is nice. Sabrina showing she's not just yesterday's news with Cyrus in the metagame. I think I'm supposed to give up the Dialga gamers. I think I'm supposed to give up the Dialga. I think I want the power. I could Dawn and take this clear, but then I just have no energy left on the board to deal with anything else they have. Philly gamers past David being one of the esteemed triple-digit sub-month club members at 105 months. I'd also like to shout out David because he was the other person in my home past my wife and I and my children who was running all of the recordings almost for the tournament this weekend. So the reason we were able to have an endless stream of matches was because David was hanging out. So thank you. Thanks again, bud. Jelly Bean Warlock, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. So this does 90, and then 110. And then I cape up to 190, so I'll be at 80, which means I live a Lucario, so we should be good to go here then, yeah? I think this is checkmate. Because of the cape. We get to put a hat on it. Oh, wait, does that tie it? Lucario is 60. Lucario is 60. Oh, no, wait. No, this is fine. So I do this. I do this and clear this, and then they put this up, and I can switch to Dialga and Dawn the 4th energy to clear with Metal and Heavy Impact. Okay, cool. So the Pidgeot isn't lethal on its own, because we take 60, and then the Rocky Helmet would clear us both. But with the Dawn and the Dialga, we could still win next turn. Yeah. Dawn is such a good card. So, energy, swap it back. It's the dawn of the age of Dialga. Age of Dialga. Chat, would you say Dawn had a heavy impact on the outcome of this game? Some people would say that. I don't know that I would, but I think some people would. You can't just steal my line like that, LOL. It feels like you say the Pokemon name's weird. Is it not Dialga? Is it Dialga? Is it Dialga? Everybody's like, why don't you just say them how you're supposed to say it? There's like 3 different inflections the way this card is written. Is it Dialga? Oh, it's Pikachu. Pikachu. Okay, that makes sense. I've been saying it wrong. I apologize. It'll be Pikachu from now on. I appreciate Chad setting me straight. I'll make sure to say Pikachu from now on. So, lead Pidgey is not ideal, but we do have our Leaf, and we've got 2 research. So we get 4 draws at a Dialga here to attack with Dialga on turn 2 with its Metal Ram. Hey, Wee McGee, thank you for the Hawaii 5-0. I appreciate the 50-month resub. Oh, I guess I only have 3 looks, right? Because I need to hit it this turn. Sedge. Them not having an X speed to move the Manaphy in this turn is definitely good for us. There's our big metal man. Unfortunately, I think he's too late, question mark. Is he? I suppose I can gust this turn, put an energy on Dialga, and then retreat back and then ramp the Pidgeot up and still clear the Manaphy. I think I like that. I think I like that. That's close though. It's worse if they have a cape, sure. I believe we have died. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. Just Misty doing Misty things, yep. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Man, these Dialga decks really want first energy advantage. They are so much clunkier when they don't. I'm gonna vibe on this one because it could be a Pokemon communication card. Would the game be better if you got to decide first or second after the coin flip? That literally doesn't matter for these normal regular Q games. You'd still be 50% to get what you wanted, so they should just skip the extra button click. Being the coin flip winner, being able to pick who goes first or second would be nice from a tournament play perspective, but they shouldn't change the regular queue based on tournament play being best of 3. Perhaps for the private queue matches, they should let the person who flips a coin pick, but in the regular game, they should just save everyone the click. Which deck is the most promising so far? The Magneton Darkrai deck has the best stats in the format. You should check out the meta report from this weekend, where I summarize data from over 3,600 decks that were played in tournaments. They must be some kind of weird Squirtle Garchomp amalgamation, yeah. The Rocky helmet here actually means Blastoise clears us for the 100-point shot next turn, yeah. Have you talked about your thoughts regarding the surprisingly average performance of Darkrai Weavile? I think that deck just doesn't have a good third Pokemon line to play with it, unfortunately. One of the struggles in our current metagame with Cyrus is that playing single knockout point Pokemon alongside multiple EXs tends to be a liability. So, because my opponent has a random fighting energy in their energy zone, we're not just dead here, so that's nice. This does 100, takes 140, and then clears it. I don't think I play these out because I don't want to lose to a Sabrina next turn. What about Honchkrow or Duck for Darkrai Weavile? That's I think you missed the point of what I was saying, Shay. So the Darkrai Weavile deck is clunky because playing single knockout point Pokemon as your third line is a liability with Cyrus. Oh, they only need 4 water because there's one color on it, colorless on it. Yeah, that makes sense. So in my opinion, there are 3 different ways you could currently approach building decks in Pokemon Pocket in terms of Pokemon lines. You either need to go EX starter into EX finisher, or you go single knockout point, EX finisher, or just triple single knockout points all the way down. I think the dynamic Cyrus has added to the game, and this is one of the reasons why Dialga Melmetal is bad and has bad stats, is having an EX lead into a single knockout point or a single knockout point immediately into an EX means your opponent doesn't have to deal that much damage to win the game. So in order to maximize the amount of damage your opponent has to deal to win the game, you either want to be EX into EX, single EX, or single. You want to avoid EX into single and single into EX whenever possible. And you want to pick your Pokemon lines inside of your decks to maximize getting one of those 3 good combinations and avoid the 2 bad ones. And I'm sure there are some exceptions to those rules that you could find that are going to work out for you, but off the cuff, those permutations are the ones that have felt the best for me. And for those that don't understand why Cyrus changes that dynamic is because when you lead on an EX and pivot into a non-EX, they can Cyrus up your EX from the back and knock it out. All right, we have Dialga. We have first energy advantage. We have a Pokeball. Let's do it. Yes, Cyrus is very directly a nerf to the Pikachu deck because the Pikachu deck was strong in part because it could maneuver around lots of lower HP EX Pokemon. Do you collect physical Pokemon cards? I do not personally, but I also have 3 small children who enjoy collecting them. So, adjacently, I suppose I do. That is not the baby Pidgey I wanted. You know, maybe I was supposed to research first there to maximize our chance of finding the baby bird. I'm gonna wait a turn. I'm gonna wait a turn. I might throw this into the deck and try and find Pidgey if we don't draw it next turn. Inhuman. Thanks for the over 3 years of support. Haven't been around since the Moto days. I remember that username though. Hope you've been well. It's been a minute. Does that mean you're pocketing? We've had so many of the old time Magic folks find their way back with pocket. Alright, if I brick on a basic with this, I'm pretty sad, but I think I want to try it high roll here. This deck's feeling a lot less good in practice than it was in theory. I give it a couple more here before the ad break, but I'm liking this a lot less than the Yanmega build, because the Yanmega build gets more room for good utility cards. Yeah, Yanmega being only stage 1. It doesn't ever hit that 140 breakpoint, but it comes online so much quicker and consistently. And here, I want to maximize my chance of finding baby birds, so we're going to research before we Pokeball. Because when we draw a non-baby bird basic with the research, Pokeball is now more likely to find the baby bird. Love it when a plan comes together. Is it just like Tempo Sabrina angle to keep them off of Thundering Hurricane longer? Them just building this one up wasn't on my bingo card. Now they're gonna X-speed back to it and try and clear Dialga. Let's build second Dialga up in the back. Anyone have general advice for just starting out? I think you should focus your early pack picks around Charizard, and then once you get the staple cards out of Charizard, I would move to Dialga packs. But that advice also is kind of generic, and if there's a particular Pokemon you're attached to or like to play that's in a different pack, I think most packs have some reasonable things to pull from them. I think they're 18 trainer Zapdos? They might be. What do we think of leafing this out and then heavy impacting? Because statistically, they don't kill this next turn. And if I heavy impact this one time, a single hit from either of these will clean it out next turn, yeah? If they high roll and hit me for 150, I could be in trouble, but outside of that, I think I like this play. Yeah, there's another potion. Gamers might be right that they're, you might be right that they might be an 18 trainer build. Oof. That was a phenomenal draw. So, through my researches, wait, do they just not attack? I'm out of basics, right? No, there's a Mew. And then this Mew, they didn't attack on purpose because they didn't want to get Rocky helmeted. This Mew turns into my other Pidgeot. Yeah, they've been an unlucky Pikachu player this whole time. Weird build with blue and potions. Oh, that's true. They could just have a bunch of basics that we're holding it back because we're a Pidgeot EX deck. That's a good take. All right, dodge the triple heads. We could dodge a ball. portfolio. It's worth noting there that the Pikachu didn't matter. It's weird that they finally played it out, but I both had the Flute to Toot and we had the Dialga. Dialga on the back. Ugh. I've been really whelmed by Bunny Expeditioner and basically every Mew deck I've played it in. Maybe it's worth revisiting, because that does sound okay in theory, but every time I'm like, Mew Expeditioner sounds good in theory, like in practice I play with it, I'm like, this just feels so clunky. I might revisit this at some point in the future, but I think my takeaway from playing those games is that the payoff for Pidgeot did not feel meaningfully higher than just like playing Yanmega with more capes. Because I feel like one of the biggest payoffs for Pidgeot over Yanmega is the bigger health pool, and you can kind of get that by just playing 2 capes in the Yanmega build. So, Dialga Yanmega is the best performing Dialga variation. They had really reasonable stats in all the tournaments over the weekend, and my favorite build of Yanmega Dialga will be on the Hoglandia Pocket channel this afternoon/evening after we're done with the live stream today. Yeah, I just don't think Baby Pidgeot is good. I think Baby Pidgeot is bad as a follow-up for Dialga, like I was talking about with Melmetal Rhino. You really need a big attacker. All right, we need to take a brief pause for a cause and let some adverts roll. When we get back, we're gonna brew with the Plant Dino. I think Venusaur, in theory, is good against all these Luxray decks and their chip shot damage. So we're gonna put together a version of that when we return and see if we can make some moves. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, I think we're gonna start with Shaman. I think I want 2 single knockout point Pokemon ahead of Venusaur. Gamers watched on the YouTube side, we're approaching 700 likes. Can we get over that hump? There's almost 900 of you there chilling. Bet we could. I have 2 full art Shamans too, which is nice. I actually don't have any 2-star Venusaurs. One of the few genetic Apex 2-stars I have 0 of. What do I want for the last basic here? I don't think I want to play Executor. Baby eggs, that's so many. I think I want a 1 stage. I could not play in any tournaments today. I have a hard cut at like 5 o'clock. And the tournament started at noon that I could have played in. New Chatot an interesting thought. It's probably worse than Farfetch'd though, yeah? Can I just play Kangaskhan? Is Kangaskhan better or worse than Druddigon? Probably worse. Probably worse. Let me fill my traders in and we'll stew on. There's gonna be 1 more basic Pokemon in here. That's a single knockout point. Oh man, that's deck editor. All right, so 2 research, probably at X speed, 2 Pokeball. Some mix of cape and Rocky helmet. Definitely to Erica. This leaves me 2 slots. A potion to be hyper annoying. Two bars, 2 red card. Gamer. It's a shame our anime friend is unplayable. It's a good piece of art. Oh, I don't have any communication in here. Yep. Yup. Honestly, second communication might be more important than second Rocky helmet. Hitting Venusaur on time is pretty important. We're all in. I think we need 2 here. I think you need a real plan other than your stage 2 to not play 2. I was leaving a slot for a 5th basic. I was just up in the air about which one I wanted. Is Cape just better than Potion with all the healing that you have? Yeah, I guess if it's my only tool, Cape's probably just better. It's a good show. I have a Rocky helmet though. It's not my only tool. Now I'm torn. It's not my only tool. Yeah, I think it's Potion. I think it's Potion, because I want to put Cape on my monster. Let's start here. Fix the Ralph Wiggum problem. If we're playing 1 Drudagon, do I want 1? Nah, I'm gonna play X-Speed instead. We have so many supporters with Erica's. It'll be fine. A lot of the time, you're just gonna let your Drudagon die. A lot of the time, you're gonna let your Drudagon die. You ever thought of working on a card design team? I think working on like a balance testing team for a card game would be fun and would be something I would enjoy. I don't think I would personally enjoy designing cards from scratch. The thing I think I accelerate at in card games is finding interesting combinations of things that other people don't think of and then optimizing them. I don't think building, what's it called? Creating cards from scratch would spark joy for me. The full art Shaman is a wonderful piece of art, yes. So again, you'll note here that I research before I Pokeballed, because when my research finds a non-Bulbasaur basic, it makes my Pokeball more likely to find Bulbasaur. What a just gorgeous starting board here. Into the hideous, pimpled teenage stepchild with no full art Ivysaur. Actually just hideous. Hey, Ashen. Good to see some of the Magic folks making their way over for some pocket content. Poor thing, he's doing his best. Yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't let off the acne cream. Maybe they'll give us full art stage 1s eventually. How do we feel about spending my first energy to put Druddigon up? I think I'm kind of into it. Do I put the hat on the Druddigon, or do I save the hat for the Ivysaur? I think I saved the hat for the Venusaur. In fact, I'm going to put the hat on it now, so that way if they, like, have Sabrina, we could just maybe slide it up. All right. Exodia is almost fully assembled. We got a few draws at the last one. That's nice when you load a deck up for the first time and it's just like, what if we work exactly how we drew it up? Would that be okay? Yes, it certainly would be. It says local man with 2 Venusaurs buried. I mean, there's 2 Pokemon communications in my deck too. And Venusaur is the only remaining Pokemon at this point, so there are 4 copies of Venusaur in 7 cards right now. Plant Daddy. Plant Daddy's gonna have his day in the sun. Don't you doubt Plant Daddy. Stop hitting yourself, Eevee. Stop hitting yourself, Eevee. Stop hitting yourself, Eevee. Oh my goodness. They're going to Gyarados us next turn, aren't they? And our bottom 5 cards are going to be 4 copies of Venusaur. We are wholly and fully setting ourselves up for 4 copies of Venusaur in our bottom 4 cards. If they have an X speed or a Leaf, they attack with Gyarados this turn. Or if they hit heads on this. Okay. If I can get a turn of reprieve here. No X speed, 1-time dealer. Oh no! I'm in danger. This match is super exciting. Listen, deck. You load up Venusaur to play it for a long time, not for a good time. All right, our bottom 5 cards are X-Speed, Communicator, Venusaur. Hey, Royal, thank you for the super chat. That's very generous of you. Our opponent thinks we have it. They think we have it, but don't tell Scotty, chat. Shh, shh. Be very quiet, Scotty. Scotty is unaware. It's cool. Just be cool, chat. Be cool. Why wouldn't I have it? Obviously I haven't. What's the math? So if I kill this, how does Gyarados into Venusaur work? Gyarados hits me down to 150. So Gyarados hits me down to 150. Okay, wait. Wait. I potioned this, and then if this lives... Wait, did I need to potion? Maybe I didn't need to potion. No, is this bad? Maybe this is bad. Did I need this? No, I was probably supposed to let this die, yeah? And then the Shaman finishes, and then this beats the Gyarados? There's a lot of permutations of paint drying here. No, okay, wait, I figured it out. So now, okay, look, watch this. Okay, so stay with me here. We go this, and we go X speed out to the Venusaur. The Venusaur cleans this, and then the Venusaur does 120. No, that doesn't work, does it? Does this not work? Maybe it doesn't work. The Venusaur is 120 to the Gyarados. I'm healing for 70, 100. I needed the potion for my Ivysaur. I only heal for 100. I think we lose because I played the potion. Oh, they're only doing 140. Yeah, maybe it's enough. Maybe it's enough. Yeah. Calm down, Gib. I don't have time to shape it. Hopefully that doesn't matter. Yeah. I suppose if they don't have Geo, we're fine. Because I'm effectively at 290, right? There's no way they have room for Giovanni. 0% they have room for Giovanni. Oh, man. So I'd have beaten Giovanni if I hadn't potioned the Drudagon. This is one of those moments, right? Where I just like kind of threw a card out there. Oh, wait, you know what though? The Rocky helmet means we're fine, yeah? Because the Shaman deals 30. I need them to not I need them to not hit the energy off of Shaman 2 turns in a row. Because they did actually hit the energy off. No, wait. No, we're still shy, right? No, Shaman's short. Yeah, I counted that already. No, yeah, it's short. We're 10 off. If I'd have saved the potion instead of playing the potion here, we win this game. That's a good example of just playing your cards without counting your breakpoints, losing it for you. Yeah, Shaman only deals 30. If I would have stopped and counted it out fully instead of just pushing my cards around. We beat the Giovanni. Yeah, Shaman's a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, with better play, we get through the Gyarados. What's for lunch today? We made some baked red pepper pasta for dinner last night. All right, we've queued into the enemy. These are the droids we're searching for. There's Plant Daddy for later. Unsure if I want this last bench slot to be second Plant Daddy or Drudagon. Feels like it might be second Plant Daddy, yeah? How do they win the game from here? Feels like they're kind of just dead, yeah? They could crit. Yeah, maybe. Just gotta not time out through all of our animations. Well, that was not the middle one I wanted. It doesn't matter how I heal here, right? Because this heal happens and then I take the 20. Yeah, the rough skin happens after the attack is fully done and the heal happens as part of the attack. So what do the breakpoints look like here if they put this up? They put this up. They do 20 from here. They deal 130 to me. That puts me down to 40. I heal 100 and go back to 140. Oh, they had to put the dark energy on. They forgot. They missed their trigger. That's a pretty big deal. They missed 20 points of damage, and every point's gonna count here. Even if they hit the 20, we were still very alive with the Erica, but they missed activating their stage 1 before evolving. And I guess Venusaur with Rocky Helmet is kind of perfect into Magnezone, huh? You hit them for 100 and they take 20 twice. Venusaur's got big, I told you to send your best champions and this is all you've got energy. All right. So that matchup is as good as expected. Now the question just is, can this deck be functional against the everything else part of the metagame? Unstoppable Plant Daddy, still unstoppable versus chip shot damage, turns out. So I don't think there's any question, can you be competitive there? It's like, can you not die to Gyarados? Can you not die to fighting decks? Can you not die to a variety of other things? The mirror. Oh gosh. This is ending in a draw on turn 30, yeah? I'm not gonna experience this. I'm gonna play like 6 other games instead. I refuse. You can't make me. We know Venusaur wins the mirror match 100% of the time. We don't need to test that one. Palkia, Dragonite. Okay. Manaphy. Okay, I don't know that I buy Manaphy being good. I guess with Misty, Manaphy lets you filter. I guess with a copy of Misty, Manaphy lets you filter water energy onto Dragonite if you're otherwise bricking. Is cute. I stall you, you stall me, we all tie on turn 30. Do 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 do. This little plant came rolling home. You think the opponent also has Magneton? I think if they have 2 stage 3s and 2 basics in their deck, more power to them. I think that's very unlikely. How many cards do I have? Almost 15,000. I spent a couple of dollars on Pokemon Pocket, you could say. All right, we want to draw Ivysaur. Any other Pokemon or research into Ivysaur? Communication. If we get to Ivysaur this turn, we get to clear this, which would be nice. Are you worried the game will eventually run out of cards if you buy too many? That is a problem in paper Pokemon, yeah. Oh, this is probably wrong, but I think we're dead. I think I need to hit Ivysaur this turn. I think we're dead when we don't. No backup plan in this deck makes me skeptical it has the ability to be good. So maybe you just have to be an Executor deck. It's just hard to fit Shaman in with Executor and like the other utility cards. Hey, Tic Tac Ticks. Yeah, if you enjoyed the tournament this weekend, you're interested in watching or playing in the next one, I can confirm the Hoglandia Spraggles Open series will be returning on March 8th for our second event installment. You can't say the deck doesn't have legs, Jeff. The Plant Dino has 4 of those. That's fair, honestly. Drudigon, Mew, Farfetch'd. Alright, well, we're going to be tempoed to heck and back if they have a Sabrina, but otherwise the Drudigon's a solid draw here. God packs are 1 in 2,000. So you should expect 1 God pack per 10,000 cards you open. The God packs are 1 per 2,000 boosters, so you would expect one around 10,000 cards collected, since there's five cards per pack. For those making viewer deck requests, we are full on deck submissions for today. We'll be taking some more of those tomorrow, I would wager. The early bird gets the deck submission, though. I think we filled our 8 deck submissions in the first 15 minutes of the stream this morning for the day. Because when I do deck submissions, we try and play them for a meaningful amount of time. It's not just like 2 games and done. If you're a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber and you like to claim a deck list a deck slot the day before, I always throw those up on the Discord server with instructions if you want to grab them before we're live the next morning. We had one claimed in advance for today. Is it ever worth holding the second Shaman in case you draw communication? Yeah, probably. That's a good call out. At this point, we would have drawn the Bulbasaur and played it, but before we drew this, I think you're correct that we should hold on to it. We played a little bit of Mamoswine, and I think, unfortunately, he's just worse than the other water options. I think if you're like a Mamoswine fan, the least bad way to play Mamoswine is Mamo, Manaphy, and Baby Articuno was the build I liked the most after trying a couple things, but I don't imagine we'll do a highlight with that in the short term. Mamoswine highlights will be like the back end of the format when we're struggling to cover things. Although with only 4 weeks in between card packs, that's going to be a little bit less likely we get that deep, I suppose. Do you think Dragonite is out of D tier with Pokemon communication? Absolutely not. Card sucks. Yeah, I'm not sure the opponent's deck can keep up with Plant Daddy here. Lumineon Manaphy with Mamoswine. That's interesting. I do think Lumineon is potentially solid right now. Attacking the bench is good, I think. Electabuzz, Lumineon, Honchkrow. I love Venusaur, but the games take so long. This is the type of deck where even if it was one of the best decks in the format, which it's probably not, but even if it was, this would be the type of deck that would be unplayable on a ranked ladder because of the length of the games that you play. Oh, look at that. You get to put a hat on the Plant Daddy. Lovely. One of your finest hats, please, game. All right. It's time for the plants to be in bloom, huh? Hey, Puffbird, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Been solidly above our full-time sub goal since over the weekend, which is awesome. All right, do I need to Erica here? So Shamans are free. I probably Erica just to get in the, I'm pretty sure Cape is not good in this deck. I'm pretty sure you want... I'm spewing 10 points of healing here, yeah? I'm pretty sure you want Rocky Helmet on Plant Daddy, generally speaking. Yeah, the Erica's a 10-point overheal here. But, like, the helmet in this instance means that either of these are going to have to hit this twice, which is good. Yeah, the helmet hits you with good breakpoints. Why I've got a potion instead of a cape. Because you only put one hat on your Pokemon at a time. Yes, you need the helmet to beat Magnezone for sure. The potion means I get above 120, which is the important breakpoint here. Oh, and Erica's the last card in my deck, which we are guaranteed to draw. Right, because this deck finds the bottom of the deck every time. Dig deep, gamers. I'm gonna potion just to set the tone that we're back to 190 after all that. It's technically optimal to save it, but this isn't about playing correctly, it's about sending a message. Break their spirit, then their body. Yep. I'm gonna post a 45-minute highlight with this deck. It's just gonna be 2 games. Am I supposed to play around like a potion? I could technically lose to like double potion, yeah? Yeah, if they have like an Erica in their Mew Drudagon deck. Either you have an Erica or you don't, gamer. Yeah, it could have been right to switch to the Drudagon. I could have put an energy on the Venusaur, retreated down to 2, put the Drudagon up, I guess. This heals up to 40, but then the Rocky Helmet puts it into Shaman range, yeah? The real champion can come in and clean up now. Alright, go snuggle him to death. Alright, do your best Sonic impersonation, Shaman. All right, I'm gonna give this deck like 1 or maybe 2 more games after the break. But we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. Throw the deck list up on screen for people who are masochists. We're gonna play 1 more game, so we're gonna watch this deck for another hour then. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. Almost 1,000 viewers over there. Only 800 like button pressers so far. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but chip damage will never hurt me. Moon. 800 likes, isn't that a good ratio? I usually see about 10% of people liking streams. So the thing to be aware of, to share like a fun stat. I know, sometimes people enjoy a peek behind the curtain. So the number of people who churn through a stream over the course of the day is much higher than the average viewer count. So YouTube doesn't give me exact stats like this, but I bet they're pretty similar. So today's stream, we've averaged a little under 1,200 viewers on Twitch so far, but we've had 6,500 or almost 6,600 unique viewers over the course of the stream. So like YouTube, I would bet is similar. So like there's 800 likes there with 1,000 people currently watching, but there's probably been 5,000 or 6,000 people that passed through the stream over the course of the, almost 4 hours we've been live. And this is pretty consistent. Like yesterday, we averaged 1,500 viewers, and there were 13,000 people that came in over the course of the day in and out. I bet Saturday was a lot too. Yeah, this was the tournament stream. Yeah. And then the day before this, I was on the Twitch front page. So this number is actually just dumb. When you're on there, you have like a ton of people that watch for like 30 seconds as they click through the thing. So this number isn't real when you're on the Twitch front page. What are those? Data doesn't lie, but liars love data type thing. New set is doing its thing. I mean, to be fair, that amount of churn with people coming in and out is pretty common even when there's not new set hype, but the numbers are up a little bit over everything. My browser is perpetually stuck here. I don't know how to change it. Send help. It's an unfixable error, I think. As a free-to-watch viewer, is there a preference where I watch you? Not at all. Whichever's more convenient for you. The platforms kind of trade back and forth on which one is better for ad revenue month to month, so convenience is king. Hey, Bardic, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. All right, this is another Darkrai opponent, but this is a more aggressively slanted Darkrai deck. I would not be super surprised if they're able to run down what we've got going on. Although drawing our one of Drudagon here is definitely excellent. You shouldn't almost ever put Rocky Helmet on Drudagon in this deck, I think. You want to save it for Plantanny. Oh, do they have a copy of Dawn, too? They have a copy of Dawn, too. That's so aggressive. No Dawn is good for us. Okay. They just, don't want to take the recoil damage, which is fine. So how do these breakpoints work? They do... we're basically taking 30 per turn cycle, because we take 20, 20, and then heal 10 back. Baby Darkrai, interesting. So I go up to 50, I go down to 40. I go down to 20, I go down to 10, I heal, I pass back, and then... I think it's still just this and pass. I could not do this to let this go down next turn, but I think I want to wait to try and get more energy on this when I start attacking. I'm really curious to see if we have the sustain to survive here. They are notably they get to clear this with the Darkrai trigger, and then I have to put something else up here. Which honestly might be the Shaman, just so Venusaur doesn't take a big hit. Should we have taken a hit on Shaman at the start of the game, and then retreated it back to heal it up? Yeah, maybe. That's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought about that permutation Icebreaker, but I think it's a really good call out. You should let Shaman take the first hit if it's determined, if it's guaranteed not to die. Dawn could have cleared us, though. Yeah, that's true. Not nothing. I think there's a chance that with poison and all this other stuff that we're going to lose to a Koga here. I've got 2 Ericas and 1 Shaman. Alright, Plant Daddy, it's you against the world. Show them how it's done. Why did they put an energy on there? Do they not have the Koga? Okay, if they don't have Koga, that's maybe fine for us. Maybe. Big baby energy. We are poisoned for forever. So we're taking 40 down to 130. Then I'm going back to 170 and then down to 160. Oh, we're leafing out. I do not like this, Sam I am. I do not like the Weevil I am. Alright, if we can draw the second Shaman, we'll be at max heals, which would be nice. I suppose with the helmet, we clear this in 1 is nice. I almost researched out of Reflex, and that would have been really bad. Almost researched out of Reflex. I flinched. Yeah, I've done that enough. Oh, the weakness clears them in 1. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, Plant Daddy benefiting from the bugs. Okay, yeah, I forgot the weakness plus Rocky Helmet getting in 1 here is a really big deal. No, we're totally good to go with the 120 hit, yeah? All doubt has been erased from my mind. Yeah, literally the Darkrai clears in 1 with the Rocky Helmet. Yeah, I'm very confident that Helmet not Cape is right here, and then you just play Potion. Which is neat, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, nobody's gonna play Potion anymore. Cape just power creeps it. Nope, Cape's still, or Potion's still good. So many of the designs in this set are so good. I gained so much confidence in the future of the design team seeing these first 2 expansions play out. So many good ones. Is running 2 helmets possibly better? No, this is a stall deck. You're gonna have your games go long and you'll draw your 1 helmet. Blue feels power crept. I mean, blue is basically never playable, so. Like Mewtwo mirror matches, I guess, but it's kind of hard to power creep a card that was never good to begin with. I would argue it's very easy to power creep a bad card. Yeah, exactly. Looking for non-basics with this, so a Pokeball first here. Can we outlast a Manaphy ramp deck, chat? We very, very much do not punish Manaphy. They get to just... They get to accelerate all the energy in the world and just do their thing. Any Pokemon you like that aren't in the game yet? Alolan Sandshrew is my favorite Pokemon in the IP. That's why he's on my banner despite not being in the client, so... Would love if that little guy got a card. I enjoyed Aegislash from Pokemon Unite, so it would be a fun Steel EX to have added to the game. Aegislash is a pretty popular one. I bet we get him before too long. I think I'm supposed to leave these other bench slots open for Shaman and another Venusaur in this kind of matchup. Although, I guess Vaporeon can clear this turn. Communication, Power Crept, red card, and Mars. Again, very easy to power creep bad cards. I love Venusaur, but watching Jeff play this deck is a lot like the Austin Powers Steamroller scene. That's a great way to put it. Especially when our opponents are like this. The editor's gonna have to work overtime on some of these. The match timers are cut out here, but my opponent's used over a minute more than I have, over twice the time. How does Communication power creeps Mars? Communication power creeps Mars despite releasing at the same time because gamers don't actually understand what words mean, and they think power creep is automatically negative, so whenever they're annoyed by something, they call it power creep. This has been lessons in how gamers' brains work with Jeff Oakland. We'll see if we regret losing the Hedgehog there. Did Pokemon Pocket power creep Marvel Snap if Twitch metrics are to be believed? Alright, second Hedgehog. How much energy do they have on the board? They have, this is their 8th energy. So if they have a copy of Leaf here, yikes, they can blast with Palkia 2 turns in a row here. Our lack of a hat for the Venusaur could cost us. Alright, so I'm going to take 150 down to 140. I'm going to heal for 70, 100, 110. Oh, I'm short. Oh, I'm short. Alright, Plant Daddy, bail out. Bail out, Plant Daddy. Yeah, my other shaman's in the bin. Yeah, if we'd had the other shaman, we could have lived there. That's fine. We might be okay with the pivot. No! He's such a cruel man. No! No! Plant Daddy! Plant Daddy! Yep. Yeah, I think that's about how I expect the Manaphy matchup to go. I.e., not good. Plant Daddy's stepping out for some smokes, yep. I was underwhelmed by Dialga Pidgeot. I think it's probably worse than Dialga Yanmega. Ooh. Shaman low-key cracked against Skarmory and Digimon. Look at all of our friends. Look at all of our friends, chat. Oh, the places will go. Oh, the hedgehogs will see. Dialga Melmetal has very bad stats. Leading on an EX Pokemon is pretty mediocre post-Cyrus if you're not following it up with another EX. I'm gonna tend to our garden here. Hey, Nicola, thanks for the 2 years. Welcome back. Wait a minute. There aren't basics in my deck right now. So let's Pokemon communication, put a basic in, and then Pokeball pull it back out. It's just, this is thinking with portals, shit. All right, 2 Plant Daddies, a communication, and a research and 9 cards. So about 50% to find Big Papa Plant here. Got me. Do you think this attack means they have a Giovanni and then my second Hedgehog throws them for a loop? I've been holding the Hedgehog hoping that it throws their breakpoints. Reduce, reuse, Pokecycle. Yep. Don't hold the hedgehogs too tightly, they're spiky. Look, not my adorable plant hedgehog. It would never poke me. That's such a good piece of art. Sad, we were hoping to top deck potion. We're gonna double guard in here, so that way they have to use the Skarmory to finish this, and they can't pivot the Dialga in. If they want to take it off the board. Although maybe I'm supposed to let them clear it with the Dialga, because then Plant Daddy would come up and get him. Maybe the other Shaman's wrong here. No, they're not doing it anyways. That's fine. I'm surprised we didn't get Sky Shaman this set. Can someone help a Pokemon Boomer out and tell me what a Sky Shaman is? Alternate form. It's a deer. Like an oh deer. Oh dear. That'll be with the Giratina and other stuff, yeah? Oh, I think I watched the movie with Shaman in it. Oh yeah, so this isn't a movie, yeah? We went last year or the year before we went on a Pokemon movie kick with the kids. Okay. Okay, so we need to heal 80. Yeah, we can do that, yeah. It says 50 all on its own. It's 100. Oh yeah. Ah, flowers in bloom. Plant Daddy's so durable. Those little hedgehog friends. I guess we technically didn't even need the hedgehog friends. Yeah, we were just fine with the Erica. Cape. Do you have a potion as well? You need a potion as well, gamer. And they have a potion as well. We're in trouble here. The cape don't do it. Oh no! One Erica and 5 cards. One Erica and 5 cards. Otherwise, we're gonna need to pivot Plant Daddy out and have Baby Dino take one for the team. There's my lady. Never doubted us for a second. So this is 80, 100, 120. As someone who's been on like the Melmetal side of this fight way too many times, this is so deflating. Venusaur just like, can't touch this. I like the flavor of you just sitting there with your Venusaur in battle rubbing ointment on it. All of the ointment. Lather the Plant Daddy. Lather. They're lucky. They're lucky we didn't find my hat till now, gamers. It's a scotch unfortunate. It's a scotch unfortunate that has taken us this long, and we don't have our second Venusaur set up. Is retreat to Bulba a good play? No, I want to retreat to the Bulbasaur. when they're going to be hitting us for a big one. Actually, so we're dead to Cyrus either way. Is it correct to retreat to Shaman? No, we're not dead. They only have 1 point. We're dead to Cyrus. We're 50% to top deck Venusaur here. And my last card is another trainer. Oh wait, the last card is research, so we're 100% to have the other Venusaur next turn. No! Why is Cyrus so mean to my plant daddy? Plant daddy, no! Poor plant daddy went out to see Cyrus and never came home. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's probably for the best that this deck isn't very good. It's very clearly good into the Darkrai deck and survives against the chip shot stuff, but like it is good for the sake of everybody's sanities in existence. I think that there are plenty of things in the metagame that can like take this style of deck and beat it down, because this style of sustained thing being a top tier deck in a metagame sounds absolutely abysmal. All right, we're gonna take a pause for a cause and run some adverts while we put together our next viewer deck. We're gonna try out some Druddigon Magnezone Tauros. Up next, thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything, helps the content reach some more people. Getting close to 1,000 likes on the day. I bet we can get there. Imagine the beer matches. No, I don't think I will. All right, this one is not getting saved. All right, Erica out, X speed out. I like the idea of this next deck a lot. It is doing something I am fond of. Should I flare my Magnemites and my Magazones? Probably. We're going to be playing a lot of those this season, huh? The real question is, what energy do we want to use? It could realistically play all three. It could also be just red and blue. Do you attack with Druddigon more consistently? Yeah, I can see where it's correct to cut lightning. I can go either way on that. Lord of Shine Dust. I don't have that much Shine Dust, chat. There's people that have like over like 50,000 cards in this game, okay? All right, we're going for the tippy top one here for sure. Oh, I didn't realize Magnezone was a 3-diamond card. Or Magneton's a 3-diamond card. Yeah, I think we're gonna do viewer submissions every day this week. I think I'm also gonna play tournaments the other days this week, so we'll take slightly less viewer submissions on the other days, but we're gonna get back into the swing of taking 3, 4, 5 a day or so. How many Magnezones do I have? 7, perfect. Well, hello there. Think they'll introduce other things to turn the Shine Dust into? Probably not. Unironically, kind of like the first one. I'm not a big fan of the awkward lightning bolts. Trade Shine Dust for pack points. That's absolutely never gonna happen. Zero percent. You still play Snap in your free time? No, if I thought Snap was fun enough to play off stream, I'd still be streaming in some amount. Probably, gosh, it's probably been since like last summer or more since I played Snap off stream for fun. The last little bit, it had just been an on-stream game for a job. All right, let's do it. I think I want to leave Lightning Energy in the zone because we're going to Dawn Lightning Energy off of this sometimes, and I'm going to want to be able to attach it sometimes. We'll see. I might regret that decision, but let's see how it feels. I don't know. I'm glad other people seem to be having fun with Marvel Snap still. I just, experiencing Pokemon Pocket reminded me that I really love regular card game card releases. It's so fun to get a whole big injection of cards all at once. Marvel Snap's metagame developments of like everybody playing new card mirror matches and counter decks is just like really dry in comparison. Someone did spot the Leafeon deck in my editor. Maybe we'll get to that at some point. All right, immediately out of the frying pan and into the fryer here. Can we keep up is a giant question mark. To the people all asking me, is it Leafeon with fossils to try and cheese to attack every turn? No, I tried to build a good Leafeon deck. Which, it might still be bad, but I'm confident that's bad, so. Man, Tauros is kind of scuffed in this matchup, huh? Only good against Darkrai? It's awkward that Tauros dies in one to Darkrai with its trigger. Yeah, I'm skeptical Tauros in general is a playable card in this metagame. I agree with that. There's a lot of good non-EX Pokemon. And the submitter for this deck said they had been testing something else in that slot, or only playing one Tauros, which might be a reasonable angle to take. Yeah, you need a cape for it to maybe be good, maybe be serviceable. The problem is if I put Tauros up and they have Leaf, it just gets cleared, right? So I think I'm supposed to put this up and then just like try and set up 3 attackers in the back line. But I don't know that that's a game-winning plan here. Yeah, Yanmega's definitely better positioned than Tauros, but like trying to fit Yanmega in is a lot more slots, right? It also doesn't give you a bulky lead Pokemon. Well, I wasn't sure how we were going to win this game. But them being really aggressive here certainly feels like it gives us a chance, yeah? Because now I get to do this. And then we go hit you, and then this is charged up and ready to go. I guess if they Cyrus us next turn... Well, if they Cyrus the Magnezone, then the Tauros still finishes them, right? Yeah, I think they threw. I'm not sure we could have won this game if my opponent just like took it slow and steady, but them like running this Darkrai up here. It's just, like, really bad for them. I mean, giving me 2 knockout points on my first knockout is, like, a really big deal. Does it matter, actually? Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't have anything that lives 100 hit points at this point, yeah? I'm not playing Sabrina or Cyrus. Yeah, the Darkrai is just close enough. I mean, even if we had a KP here, we would have died to Greninja, which is likely. How do you like the Drud version of Garchomp decks? I haven't played with or against them, and they've put up no tournament results. There's just no other good stage 1 colorless attackers that line up well into things, are there? Or sorry, basic colorless attackers. Was Lightning Energy a deck editor mistake? No, it was, I don't know. There's like Mew, but even then, Mew is like not great against the Darkrai deck. It's like maybe less bad. Farfetch'd is really bad against Darkrai Druddigon. So let's play some more games with the submission as is. We'll queue into some non-Darkrai things and see how it goes, but poor Tauros went from one of my favorite cards to one that I barely touch. Yeah, we've been sitting for a while, gamers. I think it's time to stand up and stretch the old legs. Should we play Kangamama? So the problem is Kangaskhan also doesn't really do that well against Druddigon Darkrai, yeah? It takes Kangaskhan an average of 4 turns to attack through a Druddigon. And then you take Darkrai, chip shots in the middle too. Tauros in its slot is supposed to be a finisher. Yeah, lead on Ponyta. This is another place where it's like, well, Tauros probably isn't attacking here, yeah? I think we charge up Druddigon in the back. We'll have that to attack with. Again, for the people that are trying to draw parallels from Tauros to things like Farfetch'd and Kangaskhan and new Chatot, you just don't understand the role Tauros is trying to fill in a deck like this. And no, Chatot is not 20 HP more than Farfetch'd. It is 10 HP more than Farfetch'd. Regardless of that, it just doesn't do the same thing this Tauros is intended to do, which is be a finisher. Why are we playing Lightning Energy? Mostly because I enjoy being asked why we're playing Lightning Energy. I think Bidoof is a playable card. Probably not. I think a retreat cost of 2 hamstrings it a good bit. It hasn't shown up in any tournament lists yet. Maybe it will, but I'm very skeptical. Or cut the Lightning Energy after this. We're We're gonna cut the lightning energy, and I think we're gonna split the Tauros with the Mew. And Palkia work as a finisher. You can't play Fire Energy with Palkia. And one of the design goals of a deck like this is to explicitly not have EX Pokemon that you ever want to start on. And moving Palkia out is kind of clunky. If Palkia should only be played in decks where it's a good lead in addition to a good finisher. Is there a valid reason for you to not send thanks? Yeah, if your opponent disconnected and didn't just concede and they walked away and wasted your time. I think one of the most interesting fallacies that gets repeated in the Pokemon Pocket community quite regularly is that you need a ranked system in order to have MMR-based matchmaking. It's interesting to me how many people don't realize that unranked queues in other games have MMR-based matchmaking inside of them still. Games like Magic Arena and Hearthstone and others. I wonder if this game has MMR for its regular queue. I would hope it does, but the devs don't communicate anything here, so we can't know for sure. Yes, Marvel Snap famously, in addition to having visible ranked, doesn't pair you based on your visible rank. They actually pair you based on hidden MMR. So like my experience as someone who has high MMR grinding the 90s in Marvel Snap is different than someone else who's worse. MMR stands for matchmaking rating. You know, maybe I messed up here. Maybe I was supposed to leaf this out, because that Giovanni would imply that they might have a second one, and if they have second Giovanni, they clear the Magneton, which would be bad for me. Regigigas is the card you're looking for. That card has a retreat cost of 12, right? Yeah, well played here from the opponent. I could have read second Giovanni and failed to, so now we die. Opponent played that well, and I did not appropriately read what they were doing. A Mewtwo gamer? Those still exist? Well, I'm glad. Feeling really smart and thin about putting Mew in my deck. Alright, so if we get in the zone next turn, we can leaf out the Magneton and clear the Mew, and then we're probably good to go from there, right? And this is, oh, I'm silly. I'm silly. Brain fart. I can't do both. That's fine. We'll just develop one more lightning energy and it'll be fine. Bricked anyways. Easy peasy. Yes, and once I researched, I probably should have waited on the Magnezone. They have hacked my genomes. My gnomes. Alright, 2 zones, a communication, and a research. 40%? 40% has been declared. Does this hit? Always, always, never not. Never not, gamers. Oh my goodness, I forgot to activate. It's fine. Nobody panic. Nobody panic! Perfect play as always. We're just so excited to find it. I'm panicking! I'm panicking! It was just a flex to show you didn't need it. Exactly. We knew we were cooking the Gardevoir. They needed a Mewtwo there to survive, but even then I had Mew on my bench, so we were 100% either way. I actually haven't thought about Lumineon Starmie at all yet. At some point we'll do that. It might honestly not be till next week at this point. We had so many viewer decks today. I assume we're gonna fill like the next week or so with viewer decks. Listen, chat, I see people talking about voting for Starmie Lumineon. Hoaglandia is very much a democracy. Everybody can cast a vote for what they want to see, and then at the end of the day, whoever spent enough money to buy Twitter decides the results of the election. So you know what to do if you want to see it. We'll be doing viewer decks the rest of the week. Is this a Mew matchup? I don't know. I think maybe. Loading all my energy on here is appropriate, I think. The Magnezone might be enough, honestly. If they don't have a cape for the Celebi, the Rough Skin cracks them down to 110, and then the Magnezone finishes. I haven't played since the Mythical Island beta. Can I still play Greninja, Farfetch, Marshadow? Yeah, I think that's super reasonable. Nerdsecutive, thank you for the gift sub. That's very generous of you. Yeah, I think all the fighting box builds are still really solid. One of the big questions in my mind about the Starmie deck is if Starmie is even a serviceable card still in a post-Cyrus world. Because, like, one of the strengths of Starmie is to be able to hit and get out, and Cyrus dragging you back to the front, kicking and screaming is, like, kind of rough. This is one of those spots where we're hoping they high roll us so we can kill them. Yeah, I think them hitting 2 heads here means they can no longer win the game. Just, like, unironically was terrible for them. Hey, Bizcaf, I'm glad you enjoyed the Hooklandia Open. Hooklandia Spriggles Open. I can confirm, for those of you that weren't here earlier for us to talk about it, we will definitely be running back the Open Series, putting the S in that logo, with on March 8th, after the next card packs drop. So we'll have signups open and more formal details later on, but if you would like to save the date you're interested in playing, it'll be Saturday, March 8th for the next one. I think new Finian is better than the old one. That would surprise me. 60 HP is really nice. Although I guess that breakpoint's a little bit less important in a post-Mewtwo, post-Pikachu world. I don't know, genuinely. Something to think about. Yeah, so for those that aren't super plugged into Pokemon Pocket stuff, data mines say that our next set's going to come really quickly because they want to line it up with Pokemon Day. Pokemon Day is February 27th. So, I guess, to ask opinions from people in chat, the data mines say the next set's gonna release on a Friday, and my gut instinct was running a tournament on Saturday after new cards release on Friday is probably not great. Because, like, even spending players aren't guaranteed. Like, it can take, like, 3 days to get everything sometimes. No, it's not even about chaos. Yeah, we would do it, like, the day after for Magic, but the economies were very, very different then. Maybe it's a smaller. I don't know. I think the people expecting it to be only 1 pack are gonna be surprised. I would be surprised if it's only 1 pack. I think people keep repeating that, and they're very silly to keep repeating it like it's fact. Again, this expansion was originally data mined to be 3 boosters and over 200 cards. So I would take all of the data mines that tell you the size of the set with a huge grain of salt. A little bit late, but not too late. We got over 140 cards, so basically a third pack disappeared. And if I was a gambling man, and very clearly I am standing here in front of you playing the children's card game, I would wager that the set that just released went from 2 packs down, 3 packs down to 2, and they're gonna still release. Yeah, I think they just moved the 3rd pack to the next one, and it'll be 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we get all 2 set packs from here on out, and they release 4 packs per quarter. and actually, I should compliment the community more on this. We actually didn't have to DQ a single person for being unable to follow the rules or screen share upon request on Saturday. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting that to have had to happen. Wholly went in expecting needing to DQ. So February 28th is 2 packs. We absolutely do not know how many packs are coming on February 28th. Gentle Soul, thank you for the Prime. I am just, again, reiterating the fact that the people who commenting on the idea that it's only going to be a mini set, or mini set, every time it comes up, I think you're not guaranteed to be correct. Just based on what we saw change from the information last time. Charge in Malaysia. They can blast the Palkia again. But if they blast the Palkia again, I get to clean them with Magneton, and all my things are only 1 point. How many times do we have to tell Jeff our uncle works at Pokemon? True. Yeah, I just cut through this, yeah? Is there any reason to pivot to Magnezone here? Magnezone has 140 HP. I don't think there is, right? Just cut him up. And then Vaporeon clears in 1 to the zone. Oh, they're giving up a knockout point, so that way they're giving up a knock. Well, if that ain't just perfect, then, because now with Dawn we could use Mewdex turn. Dawn letting you supercharge the Mew very fast is sick. Oh, we are not playing Cyrus, but unless they put a hat on this Palkia, we're good to go. And even if they put a hat on the Palkia, they don't have enough energy to, like, toot its flute 2 turns in a row, right? So we're probably good. No, I don't think we lose the cape because they're out of energy. Oh, they also lost the Vaporeon, so they can't, they need another Vaporeon here even to toot the Palkia once. Yeah, actually just dead. For that. Thanks for the Dimensional Storm, buddy. I'd like to borrow some of your genomes. But your water, that's fine. You can't take them with you. Mew, definitely a solid addition to this. Definitely don't want lightning energy. Deck submissions are closed for today. We'll be taking more probably every other day this week. In fact, we might not get to all the ones I already have. I think the last couple might have to wait till tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll get to 3 more. We're almost done with this one. I got about 3 hours left that we can stream today. Do you have thoughts on Ms. Magius? You should check out my deck highlight from this morning. Ms. Magius is in contention for one of my favorite things right now. Oh, I forgot. Someone else submitted that today too. So we're going to revisit the Ms. Magius deck this afternoon. Probably about an hour or so. 5 p.m.-ish Cornfields by heart out, Rhino. Gotta shuffle old children to extracurriculars. Duskador is certainly not a good card. Ms. Magius. Ms. Magius has really solid stats. Good and aggressive. Oh, Ben! How's it going? Ben, after your donation yesterday, I was 30 packs worth of points off of another 1250. So I spent some of my own money to open 30 packs this morning. And I opened a full art Cyrus, then we crafted the second full art Cyrus, so we have assembled all of the anime friends I was after from this set now. I got two Dawns and 2 Cyrus. Running hot. What's the back and forth here like? I go energy, they go energy, I go energy, they metallic turbo me. I crack them for 90. They hit me again. I think this is good. Back and forth. I mean, you kind of get in trouble if they have Dawn, I suppose. No 2 Volkners yet. Volkner's just not super heavily played, so. The Luxray deck was fun. If you're someone hanging out who's a sub or a YouTube member and you would like to submit a deck to guarantee a slot tomorrow, I'd be fine with that. We can queue some up for the morning. But just keep in mind they definitely won't get played today. If they have a Dawn clears my Drudagon next turn. Really need to draw a Magneton this turn or a Communication to dig for it. Yikes. You tried any Crow Grunk decks? If not, doesn't seem very good at the surface. Honey. I guess they just put an energy on it because they didn't need another one in the back. Volkner is my only 2-star trader I've opened since day one, and I have 2 of him, and I don't have any Luxrays. Rip. I tried Dialga Pidgeot today, and it felt a good bit worse than, Dialga Yanmega to me. All right, that is quick enough that it might still win the game, huh? The zone has 140. I think playing Pokeflute in Luxray decks is a good example of the classic win more that Pokeflute usually ends up being. If your Luxray is online and you've got your Volkner, you're probably winning the game most of the time anyways. You don't need to play a Pokeflute that's going to be dead otherwise. I have 2 2-star Team Galactic grunts, no more complaining. Can we get an F in chat for Vessel's 2-star variants, please? Their cape here is a little weird. It doesn't save them. Playing out capes proactively in spots like this, I guess it plays around like a red card or a Mars, but that's so narrow. Yeah, it's hard for me. You want to talk about complain with the silver spoon in my mouth? I opened 2 God packs during Mythical Island, and I still had to pack point both my copies of Full Art Leaf, which is just actually wild. Should we Dawn to Drudagon Claw? I mean, the Drudagon gets cleared in 1 here, whereas Magnezone does not, so... At least you got a God Pack. I mean, my God Pack happened by brute force, gamers. I'm, like 3,000 packs into this game. So I'm a little above average with 2 God Packs and 3,000 now, but not that much. If they would have saved this cape, the Registeel could have lived a hit, but that also probably just doesn't matter. That's a lot of sustain. You pack pointed Full Art Dialgas. Or Full Art Darkrays. Pack pointing Full Art Pokemon's big game. I kind of like this deck. You're probably unplayable into the Magnezone deck. The Magnezone Darkrai deck, but against the rest of the other things you were queuing into, it felt pretty clean. I feel like my one big takeaway is that Tauros is just like not well positioned anymore, and I probably would get rid of him. The Mew was definitely great. I feel like I'd just cut the Tauros and play another utility card. Like a Sabrina or a Cyrus or a Giovanni. But the Magnezone being a second threat you charge up behind the Drudagon felt pretty reasonable. What's the preferred pack point usage is free to play? I think if you're free to play, the optimal thing to do is spend pack points on stuff that's in a pack that you're ready to move on from. So you're like, all right, I'm opening Dialga packs until I get these cards. And then when you have pack points to craft the handful you're missing, you craft those, then move on to another pack. But one of the biggest spews you can make as a free-to-play is like spending a bunch of pack points on a pack you're still opening and then instantly opening those cards. But the other thing I will say is that remember that Pokemon Pocket's a game you should play for fun. So like also don't optimize all the fun out of your game. Like if you want to play a bunch of decks that play Pokemon Communicator and Giant Cape and like you just haven't opened them, you should spend your pack points to get the cards you want to play with. Like sure, you're going to eventually open the 2 diamond cards, but like getting to play the game with the cards you want is like worth something too. Oh, it's not about fun, it's about being depressed, yeah. Don't optimize the fun out of your gameplay in your collection system. All right, what are we doing next? We are gonna do, ooh, this one looks fun. Darkrai Wheezing Honchkrow. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause while I get that put together. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be streaming for a few hours yet. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the long stream today and all we've been doing since the set release, be sure to tap that like button. Getting real close to 1,000 on today's stream. Imagine playing games for fun. What casuals? What casuals? So 2-leaf, no copies of Dawn, no communicators. Oh, I get to use my full art Cyrus for the first time today. It's exciting. I haven't had him in any of the other decks we've played. His creepy fingers. Oh, I do have a full art Darkrai. Look at that. I'm a little sad Weavile Darkrai seems kind of mid. Might have to try and work on a non-Darkrai Weavile deck because I have two Rainbow Weaviles I would like to play. Two of this guy, which is a fun piece. Not the coughing I play. It's the coughing that was submitted in the deck, so. That's my favorite part about deck submission day is people ask me, why are you playing this coughing? I could just say, because someone handed me Alexander Hamilton too. Yeah, Spiritomb Honchkrow Weavile could be fun. I think that's probably a reasonable place to start. Another Spiritomb though. I only have one of the fancy art ones. Speaking of, let's check my my Vunda picks. Another full art Garchomp too. I'm sad Yanmego is made to counter dark decks but can't. I mean, it's really good against the dedicated dark decks. It's less good against the ones that have multiple. Oh, I forgot there were prizes in here. In this queue we've been playing. The 19 Vins today. 19 wins in 5 hours, so viewer decks are averaging 4 wins per hour. That's probably not very good. Some of our decks have been a little scuffed today. Yeah, I do a little afternoon pedaling. Although, are we doing squats tonight? I might be doing squats tonight. I mean, I don't want to do afternoon pedaling if we're doing squats tonight. I should check my schedule. And you check the Flexor Spot shop on Amazon under their fitness stuff for the bike that I use. Pawniard. I think I'm attacky with this turn, so might as well do this here, yeah? I think you'll get more use out of second Volkner than second Cynthia. It depends on how much you like. If you like playing Luxray, I think every Luxray deck wants 2 Volkners. I think a lot of Garchomp decks only want 1 Cynthia. Our lack of wheezing is really sad here. But Darkrai also is getting ready to come in and clean up, so... Might be that Skarmory Bisharp deck that's winning tournaments left and right. I will formally apologize for that timeout if you can link me 3 tournaments with 100 or more players that have been won by this deck. Because I'm someone who looks at a lot of tournament data. And can't say that I've seen those 2 cards winning tournaments left and right. So the game is actually over. This clears them, and then Dark Prism clears the back. Yeah, it's probably fine. It's just not remotely winning tournaments. I don't usually click into the tournament results for things that are like less than 200 people. So maybe there were some tiny ones that did stuff in, or just a couple of rounds. No, Togekiss and Garchomp have unfortunately not posted anything. I might talk myself into playing Garchomp tomorrow in the tournament. I really like Garchomp Greninja. Oh, maybe it was a no EX tournament. Yeah, I don't look at any of those. I'd buy that. That's probably fine in a no EX tournament. That's very different. They get banned for saying I timed them out for 10 minutes. I know in a lot of other places on the internet, you have to, like, say something overtly awful in order to get timed out, but I like to set the standard in my space that if you're gonna say something that's factually incorrect, like, we're gonna remove you. Keeps people from spamming nonsense. Yeah, timeouts also aren't a big deal. What timeouts can be, though, is a litmus test for people who aren't reasonable. I can't tell you the number of times I've timed people out for like pretty innocuous things, and they like show up in my DMs or one of the mods' DMs just like screaming obscenities and like ableist or racist names, and it's just like, well, if that's your reaction to getting timed out, you are a wonderful proactive purge from my community. I know a timeout request when I see one. Well, it's a good thing Darkrai's got a strong back. So far, our Darkrai Weezing Honchkrow deck has just been a show in how Darkrai puts games on his back and carries them. No, a timeout's just for chatting. I can still hang out and watch the stream. It's like really not remotely the biggest deal in the world. Which is why when people like get incredibly insane about it, it's just like, whew, alrighty then. Pro tip chat, make sure your deck has a plan to beat Darkrai attaching energy for 4 turns in a row. Make sure you can clear 140. So just as talking about tournaments and the strength of stuff, and just highlighting some of the stuff. So this was a 200 plus player tournament yesterday after it was very clear that Darkrai Magnezone was the deck to beat, and only had about a 50% win rate in it. And obviously that's just one sample, but like, is this one from this morning? How did we do? Was this best of 1 or best of 3? That also kind of matters. This was best of 1. But it also only had an okay results here. I think very similar to, I think the other big one going on right now is also best of 1, the Dark League. Usually I skip those because they're best of 1. Yeah, they're only in round 1. This is also best of 1. Yeah. So I think something I highlighted in my meta report was that while the Darkrai Magnezone deck had a huge impressive breakout weekend, its breakout weekend was very similar to the Gyarados Greninja's breakout weekend at the start of Mythical Island, and that deck equalized to just be a fine like thing that happens in the metagame, right? A very, very supportive opening hand here. Do any of the tournaments do best of 5 in the final rounds? Not that I'm aware of. Well, I mean, if we were going to draw another brick, at least it was another gorgeous brick to join our anime friends. X speed's pretty good here. How do you feel about Gyarados Greninja winning the Earthsea Day tournament? I think decks from last season still being good is expected and very reasonable. I think I've talked a lot about how it doesn't feel like they power crept super hard. At all, really. I think things like Pikachu and Mewtwo falling off a bit have as much to do with people just kind of being bored of them as they do with things being outclassed. Man, our other basics have just not been kind so far today. The coughing this turn's actually a great draw, though, because I get to go Wheezing, Leaf into the Wheezing, and then Poison clears this Hitmonchan, which means Revenge doesn't work. Notable break point here, though, that's unfortunate, is that, Notable break point here is that this is a Gallade, and Gallade clears a Wheezing with a single energy on it because it's weak to fighting. Yeah, Wheezing needs energy to get the clear here. Unfortunately, Darkrai plus Poison would only be 30. Yeah, with Darkrai taking so many hits already. Doesn't Marshadow also clear? No, Marshadow's Revenge doesn't trigger if the card dies to a status condition. Oh yeah, they got Cyrus here too. I like these Gallade decks a lot. We spent a bunch of time playing Gallade yesterday, and it felt really clean. I'll have to fit a highlight with that in sometime this week, but we are super torched here. Yeah, we're done. I think I definitely undervalued Gallade. I underappreciated how much Gallade Stage 1 and Stage 2, having a retreat cost of 1, impacts how the card feels to play. Both Gallade and Infernape are a bit better than my initial set review. Next week, I plan to do an updated EX tier list, an updated metagame tier list once we get one more weekend of results. Yeah, I think Gallade's super solid. We're really good at drawing our 1-2-star Darkrai, which is good value. Have you had luck with Giratina? There's a Giratina Infernape deck that posted a result over the weekend, but outside of that, it doesn't really look like it's very good. I'm not even remotely certain that that's the best way to play Infernape. Average Mewtwo into Wheezing experience. There's a specific build with Gallade that's worth looking at. If you check yesterday's stream, if you want to get it before the highlight eventually finds its way up Silence, there's some in there. But I was talking with my editor. I think we're going to keep doing 2 deck highlights a day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon for the rest of the week, and see what metrics look like. They've been slowing down a little bit, so probably won't keep doing that in perpetuity, but in the short term, I've got a bunch of things that are worth posting with the new set. Maybe that'll be the thing we do as we post 2 a day for the first week after things drop. Can you explain why Cyrus is not OP? I keep losing to that card. Because there are more... Just because a card is playable doesn't mean it's overpowered. So Cyrus is a new playable card, and it forces you to play your decks out and build your decks in a different way. And it makes new strategies that previously weren't competitive, which is nice. Speaking of Infernape, Giratina, Spiritomb is interesting with Infernape because this kind of softens up the 160s and the 150s, so you can clean them out, yeah? Which is neat. I think I'm gonna wait to play my other basics out so they don't take a Spiritomb hit here. Do you think this game's monetization is too greedy as is to be able to maintain a competitive player base if you're not willing to spend every time a set drops? I mean, it's pretty typical in games that you need to spend money when stuff comes out to be competitive. That wouldn't be remotely exclusive to this game, but no, I don't think Pokemon Pocket's ever going to let you get every card the day it releases without spending money. Pokemon Pocket's economy is very explicitly and intentionally designed so free-to-play players get all of the cards from an expansion over the course of that expansion's lifetime. Yeah, I don't know. Unless a game gives literally every card the day the set releases to free players, people are gonna complain about it. I think if Pokemon Pocket adjusts their stuff to give out an appropriate number of trade tokens, the economy is very reasonable and pretty reasonably player friendly. Premium Pass player here, even with the extra pack, it's still pretty tight to get every card. That's not true. I can bring up some math if you want. Not accounting for pack points, but assuming not accounting for pack points, but also assuming that you spend, not accounting for pack points, but assuming that you use all of your wonder picks on EXs, a free player opens approximately 41 EXs per 12-week cycle, and they've been releasing 20 EXs per 12-week cycle, which means you can get exactly what they release, 2 of each copy, yeah? And then there's variance in which ones you're getting and how many of them, and that ideally trading measures that variance out, which is why they need to make the trading numbers better. Well, they can't Sabrina this one up. Oh, you know what? Was I supposed to pull this up with Cyrus and then clear it with this? Probably. Oh, I think I just take this knockout now, right? And then this clears this if they clear this. Then we win. That seems fine. Also, for the record, like, to the people who are like, but Jeff, I low rolled, like, yes, some people are going to low roll. And if you play the game enough, you're bound to high roll in some sets too, which again, something that trading, if structured properly, balances out. If they structure trading in a way that lets you trade at least a handful of EXs every month without needing to destroy half your collection to do it. Well, we talked about how we hadn't been winning a lot, and then we switched to the Darkrai pile. Became easier. Would a dust system like Hearthstone be better? I mean, trading as is essentially a glorified dusting system. Yeah, it's just like strictly worse. The current system is literally dusting, but you also need to find someone to trade with. Yeah, so I'm the only one that can time out moderators on my channel, Melvir, and because under normal Twitch channel circumstances, Twitch assumes if you time out a mod, you don't want them to be a mod anymore, because they don't account for channels like ours are getting timed out as a pseudo meme. Yeah, average Twitch chat there, me saying the words trading smooths out the variance, and then someone in chat being like, Jeff, you gotta account for variance. Just like, oh god. Why do I even make the mouth noises sometimes? Yes, for the record, I've literally never experienced an economy discussion around a game that was generally positive. Even when games give you everything for free, you'll hear people complain that those games don't give you meaningful things to play for. Because if you give your players all the game pieces, they'll be like, oh, I have nothing to collect, why do I even log in? So there's never, no, the Legends of Runeterra Academy has the problem there's nothing meaningful to play for, so why would you log in and play? There's no carrot. I think we'll ever be able to trade 2 stars. I would not be surprised if they add 2-star trading on a longer delay than everything else. So they're not letting us trade the most recent set of cards. I wouldn't be surprised if 2-star trading comes 2 or 3 sets out. Would be my cope. Unironically, the Wake, I was thinking about Low Putty Infernape myself, so if you want to see that, I'm down. Because Low Putty is, we were talking about Spirit Tomb a second ago. Low Putty and Spirit Tomb both, like, soften things up for Infernape to kill them in a way that's interesting and appealing. As Darkrai is gonna have nightmares about Jigglypuff. Low Putty could also be good with Yanmega. Soften things up for the 120 cracks. This is a record for number of sleep flips bricked in a row for me. Maybe I'm supposed to have powered up the other Darkrai here. Next turn, mayhaps. Good golly, it can wake up. All right, Darkrai's gonna make like a tree and leaf fear. Get this EX out of the active slot. I want to make them clear through a bunch of non-EX Pokemon if they want to win the game. Noteworthy, you could use Poison Gas even if they're sleeping, so they put the other Jigglypuff up and knock us out, we can still gas him. We do have the Whale all full art handy. Yes, can also Koga if they're sleeping, so if they hit the EX Wiggly here and crack us down to 30, we can pick our friend back up. Oh no! I know Darkrai is so sleepy, chat. Fine. Take your knockout point. Oh, they don't have it. See, I was worried they were gonna knock us out. So we could just wake up. Cool, Murkrow's not sleepy. I was concerned about them getting a knockout point. Ooh, the haunch. All right, now we're done here, yeah? That's true. The flip didn't matter once you drew haunch. Easy game. So they need both their evolutions here. But even that doesn't do it, right? Because I can Red card gamer. Got me. I've been got. Oh, they don't have a Greninja. Imagine if their red card had been a playable card instead. Do you think they have Pokemon communication in their deck? Probably not. They had to make room for red card. I always feel way less bad when my opponent bricked in a game where they played red card, because I'm just like, oh, you chose to put a terrible card in your deck instead of a good one. You deserve all the bricks you had. This is expected and appropriate with your deck building choices. Because once you put red card in your deck, you know there's probably a bunch of other deck building mistakes too. Hey, Atlas, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate the support. All right, so if they're playing the Magnezone Darkrai deck, want to get the haunch down ASAP. Yep. There it is, gamers. There it is. I suppose if they have the full Magnezone on curve, they could beat us up here, yeah? I think Haunch is a very good card. Tomorrow morning's deck highlight's going to be a Haunch Crow Arbok deck that we won a ton with yesterday. It felt like it had really good, interesting lines into a lot of things. Oh, they must not have the leaf, huh? I've been 12-1 with the Arbok Haunch Crow deck. Yeah, it felt real clean. Wait, they had the X speed? Why didn't they attack me with the Magnezone? That's gotta be a mistake, yeah? They would have put this energy here, they would have cooked my bird, we'd have been in trouble. With the Wheezing draw, we were probably still fine. No, they ramp lightning energy. That's why it has 2. Yeah, they just goofed. Now with the Wheezing draw here, Wheezing finishes this after they cook the crow. I don't think, someone said that's game. I think we're ahead, but I think our lack of a way to pressure their backline from here means they're not guaranteed just dead. We're trading 1 knockout point for 1 knockout point. This game's gonna last for a little bit yet. It's another burb. Just need a baby burb. I just like hearing Jeff say haunch crow. I don't know what it is. It's the sound. It's a very crunchy word, is the way you describe it. The coughing draw makes our Koga better. They take 10, they pass, they go to 30, this does 20, and the poison clears, so I don't have to hit again. Yeah, no Darkrai here for them, and we cleared the zone out. Manaphy into set 1 Gyarados. Sounds like you're asking to get kicked. So if they didn't concede here, we would Koga and then use Darkrai to clear the active one, and then we'd have Cyrus to clear the back one the following turn. Just to checkmate them. I am actually surprised at how... I am surprised at how much better the non-Weavile Darkrai builds are. Like, Darkrai's definitely a solid, really good card, no question about that, but the non-Weavile builds have all felt consistently better than trying to play Weavile in my experience. This one was no exception. I think Honchkrow in particular is a really, really good, well-positioned card. Lets you both run past Druddigons, but also attacks their active still, so you can deal 50 to anything. That was a very reasonable, solid way to play Darkrai if you're a Darkrai enjoyer. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, and when we get back, we are going to play some low punny Infernape is the next exhibition. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Melvir asks, you've talked about the metrics on the age of your average viewer. Did you notice a shift younger with the audience for Pocket? Slightly, but not a ton. Still only about 0.5% under 18. Closer to Magic the Gathering. The Marvel Snap audience actually skewed older than Magic did. Which is probably IP related. This is kind of like the Infernape shell. Low Punny. What's Low Punny's basic called? Anybody know? The Bunnelby? But a different one. Bunnery. Well, I don't have the sick Wukong monkey, but I hit a second 2-star Infernape. So we got matchy-matchies on those. Did you stop playing Magic? Yeah, I haven't played Magic in a long time. But I would phrase it as less I stopped playing Magic and more Wizards of the Coast stopped making a card game that I enjoyed playing. Magic had some really big design shifts over the years. And the game that it is today is very different than the game that I played a decade ago or 2 decades ago, depending on when you looked at it. Oh, you're playing a Spirit Tomb over the Farfetch'd. Yeah, I kind of like that. You're splitting X speed with Cyrus. Yeah, I guess Cyrus is pretty good with the rest of it. And it gives me an excuse to play my Full Art Cyrus. Bet. Let's try it. I think it's a fun idea. I think Infernape comes real close to hitting all the breakpoints you care about on its own. And then having Spiritomb and Low Bunny to soften things up sounds lovely. Yeah, I agree, Wake. I think it's a great idea. Baboza, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Very nice, very nice. This Bunnery is probably getting communicated, so we'll chill on that for now. It's a very, very pretty monkey. And hey, Mewtwo's one of the things we need to soften up with the jump kick for the monkey. To go ahead and do this. We'll throw Low Putty back? Question mark. Digging for our stage 1 here. I guess there could be merit to hitting this first, because if they full brick on the Revolutions, we clear it in 3. Genetically engineered Pokemon perfection. One jump-kicking rabbit filled with fanfiction. My money's on the bunny. Deck is clearly cracked. One of the angles of the ladder system that, or the desire for a ladder system that I actually don't talk about very frequently, that I feel like is worth examining, is that I feel like a lot of the discussion around ladder systems in Pokemon Pocket is actually incredibly elitist. Like, when you push back and forth on people a lot of the time, you'll hear people talk about things how, oh, if there was a ladder, all of my opponents would play better and they'd never make mistakes because they'd be the same amount of skill that I am, and I am so good at card games. And I have to muck around with these filthy creatures in the unranked queue. And I'm too pure for this. I need ranked. Filthy. You don't wanna rub elbows with the filthy casuals. I don't think I'm supposed to communicate on one. That was like a streamer I've watched. Yeah, I've seen plenty of those in content creators. Content creators love ranked ladders because content creators get to play games like this 8 to 10 hours a day. And when you play games like this 8 to 10 hours a day, it's really easy to be ranked high. I think we're cooked, gamers. I think we're cooked. Swirling disaster. What our draw is this game for sure. People who play more tend to be better. No. With ladder systems, you don't get ranked higher because you're better. You get ranked higher because you played more. It's a very common misconception that ladder systems are designed to measure skill. In reality, they measure how much you play. Tap of the side, yeah, basically. Is tooting the Infernape twice in a row going to be enough here? I don't know that it is. We'll see. That's the real secret. I think we should get better match rewards like hourglasses, trade tokens, etc. Most of the time people want rank, they just want free stuff. It's a darn shame this wasn't on the board when we used the Spirit Tomb, because if this had been on the board when we used Spirit Tomb, we would have won the game, yeah? Because we would have been able to Cyrus it up. But without it, I think we're cooked. I think there is a minimum skill amount you need to climb to like Infinite in Marvel Snap or Mythic in Magic Arena or Legend in Hearthstone. However, once you make it to that tippy top, the difference between someone who's ranked 2,000 or 5,000 and someone who's ranked 500 and 200 isn't about a skill delta, it's about how much you played. I think we're dead here at this point. I need 2 knockouts. I don't think we can finagle 2 knockouts here. And that's the other part. Like, it's not about, you don't need rank to have more challenging games, chat. Did you know a lot of games don't pair you based on your visible rank? This is something a lot of people don't know. Did you know while games have a visible rank that you see that goes up while you play, a lot of them have an internal MMR system and they pair you based on the skill base with the internal MMR system, not your visible rank? And if you think, well, Jeff, why wouldn't they just have your hidden MMR be your visible rank? It's because seeing that number go up and down and knowing how good or bad you actually are discourages people from playing. They want people who are bad but play a lot to experience joy to see their number go up as they play. It's deflating to know you play 40 hours a week because it's your favorite game, but you actually suck. Whereas, like, if the number's hidden, you can lie to yourself about it. And you can have a hidden MMR system with just like a regular queue that doesn't have a public-facing rank number attached to it. We're trying out some low bunny alongside Infernape here. Because Infernape clears a lot of good breakpoints, but the couple that it misses, low bunny can soften you up for. Which is neat. Getting his first shot for 20 is potentially a big deal, honestly. Because, if we then kick it with low bunny once, or even hit it with Spirit Tomb once, it puts their big monkey down to range of our monkey. All right, time to bail out, yeah? Get Kiki here. Comparing League of Legends ladder system to card games shows you don't understand the discussion we're having, and it's not relevant. They're not remotely the same. They're structured in different ways. I want rank because it encourages people to try. There's that elitist thing we were talking about again. Where you think ranked magically makes your opponents better, and your current opponents are not good. So if we top deck Cyrus and then communicate into our big monkey, we get him here. I just want more free stuff, Jeff. I just want... So here's a question for the people that say they want rank to grind rewards. What if they deleted all of the PvP events we have right now, and those rewards were pasted into a ladder system? You got 48 hourglasses per 6 weeks, and you got whatever shine dust you got in there, and it was just the exact same rewards. Because that's basically what it is, right? Instead of having a ranked system that gives those rewards, you have 2 PvP events over the course of 6 weeks that give those rewards. That's functionally what we've set up here. I don't know that we're gonna be in a position to win this game without Cyrus. One of the interesting psychology bits from, well, why can't we just have a ranked ladder too, is that it's not as easy to say, well, if you don't like ranked, just don't play it. That's not how psychologically manipulative and addictive systems and things work. One of the common misconceptions about systems and games like this is that you could endlessly give out rewards and there's no downside to giving out extra rewards. And something that's really happens in these games is when you put too many rewards that people can't get, they don't just say, oh, I can't get the rewards, I'm not gonna get them. They go, oh, there's too many things I can't keep up, I'm gonna stop playing. And they also force people to feel compelled to play game modes that they don't like or play in ways that they don't like, which in turn causes more burnout. Joe Duke, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate that. We're gonna die to a Cyrus or a Sabrina here, but if they don't have Cyrus or Sabrina, we have a shot. Oh, we're dead to the other monkey as well then, huh? The way this is lined up. Needed you sooner. Okay, well, we're not dead on board, but we're dead to 2 different effects. 3 different effects. Dead to Sabrina, dead to Cyrus, dead to Monkey. Oh wait, did they not put an energy here? I guess they need Monkey plus Dawn. They're like almost assuredly a Dawn deck, yeah? I assume there's 2 Dawn. Yeah, GG opponent. Close. Them having their first monkey so much faster than us was tough. Our monkey does look a little bit cooler though, yeah. I was gonna let them click their attack button, but what a mental framing. Isn't it punishing to players who are good if they play well and win the emblems if worse players are also allowed to achieve those emblems? Man, that might be the most toxic competitive gamer thing I've read. I can't remember since when. We're never gonna read one of your messages again, buddy. Holy. That is an impressive level of competitive gamer toxicity. That takes me back to like my Counter-Strike source comms in my teenage years. It was the type of stuff we said. Imagine these kids, they showed up in our server, thought they could play. Chimchar Infernape is pretty good when going first, gamers. Don't they look nice together, our 2 stars? I think they look gorgeous. Chimchar versus Staryu is a little scary. I think I'm supposed to evolve the bench one. It's close though. And I'm gonna hold the Baneri for the Pokemon communication. I spent my pack points on one full art Dawn and one full art Cyrus this set. And I'm probably gonna calm down how much I'm spending and pulling at this point. There's my monkey. Monkey, monkey. Can I play this out now? I can play this out now, yeah. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Starmie, Greninja, Druddigon. Interesting. Never before has a Froakie been cooked as thoroughly as this one. Would kind of like to draw a rabbit, so that way we could kick the Staryu. They're putting the Froakie up to mark damage? Interesting. I'm frustrated I don't have any incentive to play. I've got a good tip for you. If you don't feel like you have an incentive to play, just don't play. Just, you know, play when it's fun and don't play when it's not. Also, like, if we're talking something that happens, and this happens in Marvel Snap all the time. So it's silly to see it. It's not surprising to see it happen over here too. Is people will say, well, I can't be competitive because I didn't open cards from the newest set. Well, the Charizard and Gyarados decks from the last set are still very competitive in this expansion. So you literally need, you need like a Cyrus to upgrade. You need like a Cyrus and then 2 copies of Dawn. You need 2 copies of Dawn to upgrade the Charizard deck. You need a Cyrus to upgrade the Greninja deck. And you could have those decks. What that kind of comment usually means is, I'm sad I don't have the shiny new thing to play with. Which is a perfectly reasonable response, just for the record. It's fine to be sad you didn't open the new thing. But like, say that. Don't be like, I can't be competitive. Because it's not that you can't be competitive. It's that you're sad you don't have the new shiny thing. I would love to kick the Staryu. And then, if they top deck Starmie and put it up, I have Dawn with Spirit Tomb to clear that and get my last 2 points here. I actually think one of the reasons why Pokemon Pocket has such awesome deck building that's so much fun is in part because of the lack of a rank system and working around tournaments. Ladder systems heavily discourage you from innovating. Ladders encourage you to like take the known good deck and play it a ton. No, you choose where your jump kick goes. Okay, just take this, and then Infernape cleans next turn, yeah? So the logic of only play when you find it fun stops working when you start attaching meaningful rewards that are important for in-game progress to the other systems. The reason why I can say only play Pokemon Pocket if you have fun is because there aren't any ladder progression rewards tied to it. You don't have to play 2 games a day to open your 2 booster packs, right? You don't have to play a 3rd game to do your Wonder Pick. I don't have to attach 6 water energy to 12 different Pokemon and sacrifice a small goat in the pentagram behind me to get my free-to-play experience and make my thing go up for the day. All of the chores in Pokemon Pocket are opening a couple of packs per day and then doing auto battles, you know, for a week out of the month when the auto battle like the Cressula event is in. Lopunny was actually kind of sweet there, by the way. Did we see Lopunny jump up and kick the Staryu a bunch? I feel like I have a greater appreciation for cards like Azelf and Lopunny and Hitmonlee in tandem to how they soften things up for smaller big hitters. Hold up, go back to the goat. Poor goat, never stood a chance. Are we I'm coming around. So my initial assessment that Spirit Tomb as an enabler for Cyrus is silly, I think is accurate. However, the thing I've come around to on Spirit Tomb is exactly what I was talking about with Lopunny. I think the appropriate way to think about this card is essentially a Giovanni you use in advance. Is kind of the way to think about it. So it's a card that has a purpose of helping you hit breakpoints depending on what the rest of your attackers do, as opposed to this just enables Cyrus, which is already a good card you don't need to play a mediocre enabler for. It's kind of like Searing Blaze. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. Oh, they're burning the X speed to draw more cards, sure. Our start's not good here. If they get to their ape real quick, we could be in trouble without ours. Great take on Spirit Tomb. This game is deep enough. I completely agree. Yeah, every season we get more cards and I'm like, man, the devs are cooking. They knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah, it gets you proactively, helps you hit breakpoints. This is a great way to think about it. I actually really want to explore, like Yanmega is a card that I want to explore alongside like Hitmonlee, Azelf, and or Lopunny, depending on what other supports we play. Feel like there's a lot of room to do stuff there. Speaking of, do I start Spirit Tubing? I feel like I start Spirit Tubing. I wish I had the bunny. I would prefer to use the bunny, but without the bunny, I think I want to start Tomb to soften them up. Three Tomb hits lets my ape kill their ape in one. And 1 Tomb hit plus 1 monkey hit lets Lopunny finish their ape on the bench. I think this is one of the most interesting cards to consider building around right now. This and other ones that deal that much. Hey, Ranger, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. Now, the question here is, are they going to just build up so... Are they just going to build up 2 monkeys at once? I only need 1 more swirling disaster for my monkey to clear their monkey. My thoughts on Empoleon? Stage 2 is a big ask. It's a big difference in things like Spiritomb and Azolf and Buttery that are stage 1 in. Basics especially have a lot of appeal. That's good for me, no? I guess they could have a cape or something. Maybe they have a cape or something for this, a cape or a potion. If they don't have a cape or a potion, I think that's good for me, what they just did. You know, they need a way to put more HP on here. Yeah? Okay. This was such a good showing for Spiritomb, yeah? I guess we haven't won yet, so we'll give it a second, but like this is. And then like the monkey comes back up next turn. And this only, I guess they could have like their stage 1 plus a Sabrina, or a stage 1 plus a Cyrus could get me here. Does 30? Yeah, they're just dead. I'm kinda digging this build. All right, we need to take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll, but I think we're gonna do one more set with this one. Spiritomb and Lobunny both looking real appealing here. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the vibes of the stream, consider tapping the like button. I am out of water. I'm gonna go fill that up real quick while we're on the break. Be right. I went to the bathroom and forgot to bring my water bottle and fill it. Sorry, I'm a dumb. Or Mr. King, something like that. I think no Q system, whether it's quick play or ranked ladder or anything else, is good deck testing. I think playing against random opponents, playing random decks is fun, and it can tell you if your deck is cohesive and has a reasonable strategy. But if you want to actually properly test for something like a tournament and figure out how a matchup plays out, you need to sit down with another similarly skilled opponent and play that same matchup a bunch of times. Okay. This only hits for 10. Rip. Man, awkward opener here. I think it's just this and tap them, but could go either way. No one is as skilled as me. I must make a second account and battle myself. I mean, unironically, it wasn't because I thought no one was as skilled as me. It was because it was just more convenient. But like when I was grinding competitive Magic the Gathering tournaments, you know, 40 weekends a year, something that I used to do to test deck ideas I was working on is there was a website, it probably still exists, called Tapped Out, and I would literally put my deck idea in one tab on half of my screen and put the meta deck on my other half of my screen, and I would play against myself, making what I felt were reasonable plays on both sides without accounting for information I shouldn't have, and just get a feel for, okay, how does the deck idea I want to work on play into the deck that we know is good. And even that, I think, is far better than playing against random people in random queues in any of these games. Yeah, so one of the years I was traveling to play Magic the Gathering competitively. I traveled 42 out of 52 weekends, and I finished second on the competitive tour I was playing that year. And when it came tax time, my total tournament winnings were 24,000 USD for the year. And when we added up hotels, cards, card sleeves, a couple of plane tickets, and other costs, I spent $19,000 traveling that year. Which the important lesson to understand here is that I turned a profit. Just so we're clear. Oh my goodness, Lucario Hitmonchan cleans us and we're super dead. My poor little Monferno. GG opponent. That type of matchup is definitely a place where having low punny as opposed to like a Dodrio or a Rapidash is much worse, where our smaller attacker would be able to kill them. It might be that playing both low punny and Spirit Tomb is overkill. And maybe we're supposed to have like Far-Fetched and Low Punny, or like Spirit Tomb and Rapidash. I could see being the answer. Having three things that are in on softening up the bench might be a touch too many. We need another good secondary attacker. I'm gonna wait one more turn before we burn the communications. Do you ever play Blaine and Rapidash Infernape? No, you don't have enough slots. If you want to see my preferred Rapidash Infernape build, it was the highlight yesterday afternoon on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. But like stuff like Dawn and X Speed is more important. Oh, that's a really interesting thought. Do you ever just cut the stage 1 and play Spirit Tombs, Ducks, and more utility cards? I could buy that for $1. I could see that being the correct call. You just kind of get some deck slots back, basically. All right, we need 4 Spirit Tomb hits on Gyarados for Infernape to clear it in 1. Or 2 Spirit Tombs and 1 Buttery. 1 low putty. All right, if we hit our stage 1 here for the rabbit, we get to clear the Magikarp. And if we miss, hopefully we hit the stage 1 for the monkey, yeah? I don't think it really matters which of these we throw back. Low putty! Man. Yeah, Buttery does 20. So if we would have hit Buttery, we could have put the Gyarados to 140 and then drug it out. You tried the Skarmory Bastiodon list? Yeah, I played a little bit of it. I'm just not a huge fan of low basic count lists. I think if they put an energy on Greninja, we probably win the game. Sans a Misty. But if they put energy on Greninja and kill the rabbit here, we, yeah, rats. All right, I have another shot at low putty now. There's 2 and 7 cards. This is definitely a spot where I just, like, wish I had another Spirit Tomb. It's so frustrating. Wait. All right, splash the baby. Break points, baby, break points. Yeah. come on. That's so frustrating. I like the idea of cutting the low bunnies for all basics. I'm gonna try that for a couple. Yeah, the Gyarados deck is still very good. Shout out to the people saying they need the new cards to be competitive. The Gyarados deck is incredibly strong still. Oh goodness, I have to play a non-full art Spiritomb. This seems inoptimal. Seems like a mistake. Can I just play one? We play a Geo instead. They have S tier decks next time in the next tier video. As of right now, no, but I don't make those videos for 2 weekends for a reason. You want another Cyrus? Yeah, another Cyrus honestly might be the answer. It's pretty good with the Farfetches too, honestly. I think new Chatot is generally just much worse. I think new Chatot is generally just much worse than Farfetch'd, and you don't really want to play 3 Farfetch'd any decks. We're very done here. Giovanni paying off immediately. But on the triple energy, probably deck builder mistake, and then we have our monkey on curve. Feels like your love for Starmie is transferring to Infernape. I mean, I just like retreat. I like 0 retreat cost cards in general. I think it would be awesome if they added asynchronous tournaments to inside of the client, but I also expect a feature like that's really far off if it's ever coming at all. Do the truffle shuffle. Didn't flex the full art on. Should have. As an extra plug, as we're coming towards the end of the stream, if you're someone who is disappointed you couldn't get in a deck submission today, we actually filled our deck submissions faster than we ever have in the day on the stream this morning. We had more than I'm going to be able to play today in the first like 12 minutes of the stream. I've got 2 deck submissions here that are going to carry over to tomorrow morning stream to start first thing. But if you'd like to claim a deck slot as a Twitch sub or YouTube member, the link will go up in the Discord tonight. If you have something you want to send in to support. The double Pokeball research opener is just so silly. You get to see so many cards. Is Infernape aggro better than Infernape ramp? I really don't love it with Moltres, if I'm being honest. That's so many monkeys. This last slot might want to be a duck, so I'm going to vibe for now, even with 2 of these, I think. How much health does the Purrloin evolution have? Is it 90? I think it's 90, yeah. Does it deal 50 or 60 for 2? Play the other monkey out. Oh, it's 40 for 1. Oh, well, that's way less scary. I think I'm just letting this die. I can have a point. I remember when I was playing Pokemon Go, always hoping for implementation or interesting features that never came. I mean, that game has a pretty solid range of competitive stuff these days, yeah? It's part of Pokemon Worlds for a reason. Right, Dawn and a second monkey. Second monkey's actually better than the Dawn because shuffling the monkeys will let me clear the poison from the Weezing. It's been a while since I've played, admittedly, but I thought battling and Go was just tapping the screen as fast as you could. The PvP, the PvE stuff is largely just tapping the screen with there's some minor dodging, but the PvP actually has a ton of depth to it. Once upon a time, I played a bunch of Pogo's PvP. There's a ton of knowing the timings and counting appropriately, and knowing how you're switching in various matchups, and what your leads are, and when to let something go down versus when you're supposed to swap out. A lot of depth behind it. I played a bunch of it once upon a time. I actually dropped it because their netcode was really bad. I'd be like sitting on my high-end smartphone on my gig speed Wi-Fi and like would lose games to it sitting there and spinning on me even though I was making appropriate game actions. I'm just like, yeah, this is not for me. I think finding the right Infernape deck in this metagame assuredly pays dividends. All right. Do you have a cape? They have a cape, they could get us. If they don't have a cape, we're good to go. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to click thanks. Sorry, opponent. Farfetch'd while going second is lovely. That's a nice dynamic that Infernape gives these Duck. That's a good dynamic why Duck is nice in these Infernape decks, because you want to go second with Duck and you don't mind going first with Infernape. Oh, I was about to make a comment that Fetch is pretty good into Darkrai when you're going second, but Rocky Helmet changes that dynamic. Unlucky. I think I need to crack them once so they can't run from Cyrus. Blaine doesn't seem to keep up anymore with the new meta. I mean, to be fair, it didn't keep up last season either. So this will die in 2 turns. This will die the turn after. I think I have to try and find my Chimchar this turn to have a shot. Sure, I guess. I don't want to give him a free knockout point on the Farfetch'd. And now I do this and just hope to find Papa Monkey next turn. Yeah, hold the old Spirit Tomb here, so that way, if we top deck our other communication, we can get a look with it. Two Sabrinas. Brutal. Well, they get 2 knockout points now, which is not ideal for us, but the good news is they don't have a great follow-up attacker. I guess Weavile kinda is. The second Sabrina is the punish for not playing the Spirit Tomb, but 2 Sabrinas is so rare. I don't think you ever play around that. Well, there's the big monkey. Maybe they'll brick on their Weavile since they had 2 Sabrinas. Gosh, we'd have been so far ahead if we'd have played the Spirit Tomb out. I just couldn't know that we were going to top deck the Ape and not the communication. That's one of those. Hindsight is 20/20, but with the information we had at the time, we made the right choice. Yeah. GG opponent. That was close considering how clunky our start was. And they had the helmet for our duck. Have you tried the Moltres version of Blaine Scarrets? I haven't played that yet this season, but I think it was better than the other versions of Blaine last season. So I would expect it's still better this season. Runs on Psychic Energy. Mewtwo Gaming. Bar Geo to hit that 150 breakpoint potentially. Ooh, Ralts and Mismagius, eh? I'm gonna chill on this, because if we don't draw another Pokemon, we're gonna use this with the communication next turn. I think Lumineon is a card that's worth exploring for a lot of the same reasons Honchkrows felt good to me. I'm skeptical that Starmie is good in this metagame. I think Cyrus kind of does the number to Starmie, unfortunately. I haven't played games with it either, so like I could be wrong, but I'm not super optimistic about Starmie. Is Cape unequivocally better than Potion? It's situationally better than Potion. Definitely not unequivocally. Yes, Starmie lines up poorly into Magnezone, so it gets cleared in one shot due to weakness, is accurate. Oh, if they don't have a Cape or a Potion here, this Giovanni just ruins their day. That's so awkward with confusion. Ink, we're cooked, gamers. At least we don't hurt ourselves in confusion in this game. And would you play Cape over Potion? Maybe you mean Potion over Cape? So we played a Venusaur deck earlier, and that deck really wanted to put Rocky Helmet on Venusaur, but you wanted more sustain from Potion. So that's a good example of when we'd play Potion over Cape, when you've got Rocky Helmet or other tools. Another kind of generic spot Potion can be better is it's a card that can protect you from Cyrus in certain places. All right, gamers, it is 5 to 4. I've got to do some dad duty this afternoon and get the kids around to some extracurriculars. Tomorrow, we're going to do a good long stream where we're going to play an afternoon tournament because I don't have a hard cut when we have to stop. We're going to kick off with some more viewer decks in the morning. We had 2 left over today that I was not able to get to that we'll check out tomorrow. Appreciate all the support from folks that sent them in and all of our new subs and whatnot. If you're looking for more content from me, I'm going to hit publish on a Dialga Yan Mega highlight, which I think is the best build of Dialga. That's what the stats say from our tournament so far. So look for that on the YouTube side here momentarily. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day wherever you're at.